skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill, it's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools, I don't mean to distract from it completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics and computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations. I would focus with a science bent. I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, a fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen to 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case studies, that's a classic example. You know, they study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Poor Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. You know, I've learned that tit for tat in The Prisoner's Dilemma is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running a retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So the learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that I would use to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running their business, it's the number of iterations that drives a learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. You know, Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of blow-up risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in the natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. we're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is, that's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you'll do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money, they're losing money, they're constantly stressed out. All the responsibility is upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think there were a lot of voters who just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validator. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world, but he sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team, and absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from Australian friends that the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. So you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product, this person is responsible for the messaging, this person is responsible for raising money, this person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school, and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there, there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility. But you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money. But we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages through the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in the legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean in good ecosystems. I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you were honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put in into the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruin the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin in the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin in the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin in the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin in the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin in the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. Then just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I could do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply to the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it so you get a Warren Buffett type, but deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This was only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press. It accelerated with broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message, they would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires. So last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffetts of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making 50 to 100 million bucks a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie, I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these three. That's where tech startups really excel, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital. You use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it, because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. And so as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that, why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people are gonna, this is glib, this is a little overused, and this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's going to be these robots, and they're going to be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers, all the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and their delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do to them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage or if I need like someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's will be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world is wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They'll just price it up till only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like, rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. A new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in modern society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like, food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so to our detriment. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food. Or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more of, again, that human element performance. But the labor element out of food production has gone down massively. The capital element has gone down massively. And so even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create your wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. Technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget. There's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the highest quality. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive, massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And then the rich people, to be different, they have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary, because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance because, you know, that's something that bored rich people do to show off. And we're not going to watch a documentary because most of them just aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try and convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming the goods for their own sake.
People and capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them, if I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is a diffused form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same lines, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas for the previous one, he probably lost for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more, because it's a square, so the difference is in the square. So you want to be in a network effects business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right, your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody, because they won everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that the network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Like Uber will always have better economics than Lyft, as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblogging? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in e-tail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people who live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. At some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out. Which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French, or you only spoke German, or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English, just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. So you should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach of the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concreting.
Okay, ornaments. They bought ornaments. They bought ornaments and ate them as they walked, spitting out they said, Netherry, to say were short words quickly and ungrinning. To say were short words quickly and ungrinning. Get out. She spat. Get out. She spat. One ace appeared. In the doorway. Okay. They bought all the manners and ate them as they walked. Spitting out they said, Nedry, to say, okay, to buy order again. They bought all the manners and ate them as they walked. Spitting out they said, Nedry, to say were short words quickly and ungrinning. Get out. She spat when is appear 由于这样的节奏快。Get out. She's bad. Quickly I agree. Get out. She's bad. When is the period? Okay. 4 minutes. To say were short words quickly and ungrinning. She's bad. Get out. She's bad. When is appeared. To say were short words quickly and great. Get out. She's bad. When is appeared in the door. Okay. Let me see. They bought ornaments and ate. They bought ornaments and ate them as they walked. Spitting out they said, Never to say were short words quickly and ungrinning. Get out. She spat. One is appeared. One is appeared in the doorway. If something hot, such as a fair speed, it produces short, sharp noise, and through out little pieces. More examples. She spat out the grass. She spat out the grass. Okay. If something hard, such as a fair speed. Okay, let me see. Now she spat. To say or short word quickly and green. Okay, get out. She spat. When is appeared. Like something is reading. Huh? Understand. Get out. She spat when Ace appeared in the doorway. If something hot, such as a fair speeds, it produced short. Especially if something hot, such as a fair speeds, it produces short. If something hot, such as a fair speeds, it produces short, sharp noises. Okay, sharp. If something hot, such as a fair speeds, it produces short, sharp noises, and throughout little pieces. For example, she spat out the grass. She spat out the grass. Okay. If something hot, such as a fair speeds, it produces short, sharp noise, and throughout little pieces. Small pieces. Speed to force out the contents. To force out the contents of the mouth. To force out the contents of the mouth, especially saliva. Especially to force out the contents of the mouth, especially saliva. Pup speed contemptuous in the lawyer's face. She spat the meat out the disgust. They bat watermelon. They bat watermelons and ate. They bat watermelons and ate them as they walked. Spit out the seeds. They bat watermelons and ate them as they walked. Spit out the seeds. Nether. To say or short word quickly and nether. To say or short word quickly and graining. Get out. She spat. One is appeared in the door in the doorway. If something hot, such as the fire speeds, it produces sharp noise and throughout.
Example. So let's go concrete for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, stand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on the construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, but that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than for the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor all said and done $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, And then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founder's own capital. And it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company. And then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it and more capital on it and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay, and for sure there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money, but there's certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game. They have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something, if you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur. Yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing or in running companies or in building products or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden and then you're forced into suffering, which is a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you had put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. What are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrages something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to a basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what it looks like as an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I've put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying, it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying, like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley. I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nivi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just personal failing, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace, I have no rest, I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people in it sitting around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of the old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nivi used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nivi and I for a meeting, like coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable.
Okay, let me see. If something hot, such as a fire beats, it produces short, sharp noises and throws out little pieces. Spat out the grease. Spat out the grease. Spat out the grease. I spat out the grease. I told her off for spitting. I told her off for spitting out at her brother. I told her off for spitting at her brother. Okay. More examples. He spat out the grace. I told her off for spitting at her brother. I tried to offer us friendship and he spat in my face. It's disgusting. It's disgusting to spat in this street. It's disgusting to spat in this street. Spat the mouthwash into this bowl. spat the mouse wash into this bowl. To remember if it's only spitting, perhaps, okay. If it's only spitting, he spent the aggressor. He spent out the aggressor. His back. For example. He spat out the aggressor. He spat out the aggressor. I told her off for spitting at her brother. I told her off for spitting at her brother. I spat out the aggressor. I tried to offer friendship. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. I tried to offer friendship. I tried to offer friendship, and I tried to offer friendship, and friendship. I tried to offer friendship. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. I tried to offer friendship. And he spat in my face. I tried to offer friendship. And he spat in my face. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. I tried to offer friendship. And he spat in my face. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. Offer friendship, and he spat in my face. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. Let me see. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face.
Other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet, and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business and the venture business looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world of what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. At this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it, until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for companies to find product market fit, I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's a three focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk for a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing, and the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking but will often drive you to just the wrong answer, the way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are by definition all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. if somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission. You know, insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on the unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that, even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance. You have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way? If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. And you're right about the skill stack, and that everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all the B's. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate towards the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class at this thing, and you recruit somebody else for that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it, but also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission, and worst case, you get some ideas from them, and there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way, and it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they're often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, so sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. You're playing a stupid game and you're going to win a stupid prize. It's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, When I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Opinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in your local restaurant than it is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and NextTag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. So we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that. He said what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy? And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time, you do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, and don't keep track and don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many, many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome times how much society values what you're doing, and then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously in a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, the Buddha is saying, and then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand, but at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision, when you take 2 made-up estimates and you multiply them together and you get 4 degrees of precision. Those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data. You don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. you're better off just picking the single biggest thing or two. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust that the market values? Like that alone, those two variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you'll develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers.
This is generally true of advice anyway, which is it's back to Scott Adams, systems, not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're reading out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glib. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody, and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is sent your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied it in? Is it true in my context? And then, do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carve for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship, or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. Because, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in and of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out. He still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is. And his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's who How to Get Rich Tweetstorm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationship. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, "There are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you."
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company, but this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then
34. Okay, he spat out the gristle. He spat out the gristle. I told her up for speeding. I told her up for speeding at her brother. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. It's disgusting to spat in the street. It's disgusting to spat in the street. It's disgusting to spat in the street. Disgusting. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. I spat out the gristle. I told her off for spitting at her brother. Let me see. At her brother. I tried to offer friendship, and he spat in my face. It's disgusting to spat in the street. So it's spat the mouthwash into this bowl. 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 To reverse setting. If it's only speaking, perhaps with waterproof. Waterproof is if it's only speaking. If it's only speaking, perhaps we don't need waterproof. If it's only speaking, perhaps we don't need proofs. If it's only speaking, perhaps we need waterproofs. If it's only speaking, perhaps we don't need the waterproofs. Perhaps we don't need the waterproofs. Stick or non say med. What's me? Med in my such as a grow or go, or a mixture of such elements, such as steel, that is generally hard and strong, and through which electric transit and it can travel. Plastic, metal, paper, and glass can be recycled. Steel, gold, and precious metal. Such as euro or gold. Okay. Metal. 好像另外一个是什么 ？Or non thin. Thin, metal, steel, put through a piece of food, especially meat, so that it can be cooked above a fire. Roast the lamb on the spit. Roast the lamb on the spit. Lamp. The top surface of the upper part of the neck of a person who is sitting down. The top surface of the upper part of the neck of a person who is sitting down. The top surface of the upper part of the neck of a person who is sitting down. The top surface of the upper part of the neck of a person who is sitting down. Come and sit on my knife. Come and sit on my knife, and I'll read you a story. Come and sit on my knife. Come and sit on my knife, and I'll read you a story. And I'll come and sit on my knife, and I'll read you a story. More examples. She nursed the carrying child on her lap. She nursed the carrying child on her lap. Oh, well, you are a sweetheart. You are a sweetheart, she said. She nursed the carrying child on her lap. For examples, she nursed the carrying child on her lap. Oh, you are a sweetheart. Oh, you are a sweetheart, she said. Well placed the breakfast. Well placed the breakfast tray on her lap. Well placed the breakfast tray on her lap. Oh, you are a sweetheart, she said. I placed the breakfast tray on her lap. "Oh, you are sweetheart," she said when I placed the breakfast tray on her lap. "Oh, you are a sweetheart," she said when I placed the breakfast tray on her lap. "Oh, you are a sweetheart," she said when I placed the breakfast tray on her lap. Okay. Wait a minute. Watermelons and ate them as they walked, spitting out the seeds. Anyway, to say were short words, quickly and ungrinning. Get out, she spat. When Ace appeared in the doorway. If something had such as a fair speech, it produced short, sharp noises and throws out little pieces. For example, he spat out the grass. He spat out the grasso. I told her off for spitting at her brother. I tried to have a friendship, and he spat in my face. Okay. She bumped into his tree. Lucky. She bumped into his tree. Lucky they fell onto his lap. Okay, she bumped into his tree. Okay. I can tell you about that, but I'm not you can tell my mom with big brother. Can promise me? She bumped into his tree. Lucky they fell onto his knife. She bumped into his tree. Lucky they fell onto his knife. Basically, that's difficult for me. And more that step with this. On this. The children sat on my lap. She bumped into his tree. She bumped into his tree. Lucky they fell onto his knife. The children sat on my lap. The children sat on my lap. I balanced the book on my lap. She bumped into his tree. Lucky they fell onto his knife. The children sit on my lap. I balanced the book on my lap. I balanced the book. I balanced the book on my lap. I balanced the books on my lap. Okay. I balanced the books on my lap. Rising. A complete trip around. Around a race. Or complete a trip around a race track. Or complete trip around a race track. That is repeated. Several times during a competition. completed around a racetrack that is repeated several times through a competition. Okay, accomplish the trip around a racetrack. Pass around. Okay, racetrack competition. Race. Accomplish the trip around a race. Accomplish a trip around a race track that is repeated several times during a competition. Accomplish a trip around a race track that is repeated several times during a competition. He recorded the fastest. He recorded the fastest lap in. He recorded the fastest. He recorded the fastest lap in last weekend. In last weekend, he recorded the fastest in last weekend's Hungary. Okay, he recorded the fastest lap. He recorded the fastest lap in last weekend's Hungarian Grand Prix. Okay, he recorded the fastest lap in last weekend's Hungarian Grand Prix. Last. Okay. He recorded the fastest lap in last weekend's Hungarian Grand Prix. After a strong start. After a strong start, he was passed. After a strong start, he was passed by several runners in the final lap and finished ninth. After a strong start, he was passed by several runners in the final lap and finished ninth. After a strong start, he was passed by several runners in the final lap and finished ninth. Racing. Took past someone. Took past someone in a race. To go past someone in a race who has been round the track one less time than you. To go past someone in a race who has been around the track one less time than you. To go past someone in a race who has been round the track one less time than you. Okay, to go past someone in a race who has been round the track one less time than you. He finished He finished the nest after being napped twice by the needing runners. He finished the nest after being napped twice by the needing runners. By the needing runners. I finished the nest after being napped twice by the needing runners. I finished the nest after being napped twice by the needing runners. I finished the nest after being napped twice by the needing runners. I finished the nest after being napped twice. I finished the nest after being napped twice by the needing runners. To make one complete trap or run a track. To make one complete trap or run a track. Graduate. A person who has finished their school, college, or university education. Okay, graduate. A person who has finished their school, college, or university education. A person who has finished their school, college, or university education. High school graduates and graduate year. A person who has a first degree from a university or college. A Cambridge graduate. Christ is a physics graduate. A person who has a first degree from a university or college. A person who has a first degree from a university. A university or college. A person who has a first degree from a university or college, and a Cambridge graduate. Cambridge graduate. Cambridge graduate. Christ is a physics graduate. Okay, graduate. A person who has finished their school, college, or university education. High school graduates or high school or graduate year. A person who has a first degree from a university or college. A Cambridge graduate. Christ is a physics graduate. Charge. To ask about. To ask an amount. To ask an amount of money for something, especially a service or activity. To ask an amount of money for something, especially a service or activity. How much do you charge for haircut and blow dry? How much do you charge? How much do you charge for a haircut, for for a how much do you charge? How much do you charge for a haircut and blow dry? The bank charge a commission. The bank charge a commission to the bank charge a commission to charge my travelers checks. Okay, commission request work. Customer to formally choose someone to do a special piece of work or to ask for a special piece of work from someone. Maybe it's like from someone. Maybe piece of work. Maybe special. Maybe this special. Maybe this special. Maybe this special piece of work from someone. No, you know that I can tell you what I can say if you not hear out. Maybe if not, maybe correct. To choose someone to do a special piece of work or to ask for a special piece of work from someone. To formally choose someone to do a special piece of work, or to formally ask for a special piece of work from someone. To formally choose. To formally choose someone to do a special piece of work, or to formally ask for a special piece of work from someone. Charge, to ask an amount of money for something, especially a service or activity. How much do you charge for a haircut? How much do you charge for a haircut and blow dry? The bank charge commission to change. The bank charge a commission to change a traveler's checks. They charge you $20. They charge you $20. They charge you $20 just to get in the letter club. They charge you $20 They charge you $20. They charge you $20 just to get in the nightclub. They charge you $20. They charge you $20. They charge you $20 just to get in the nightclub. They charge you $20 just to get in the nightclub. They charge you $20 just to get in the nightclub. They charge you $20 just to get in the nightclub. They charge you $20 just to get in the nightclub. They no commute them. Don't charge for admission. They no commute them. Don't charge for admission. Okay, the local museum don't charge for admission. The local museum don't charge for admission. Join. Admission. Formally. Admission. Accepting the act of agreeing, they don't charge for the act of agreeing that something is so especially unwilling. And the act of agreeing that something is so especially unwilling. Especially unwilling. Especially unwilling.
Also, this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economist academics when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's totally nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views. And you are literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I am projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are, stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky, because they found a hobby that will make them fit.
We finished discussing the tweet storm, and we're going to spend some time on Q&A and discussing some of the tweets on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into the tweet storm. My first question is, do you think there are some common failure modes or typical things that people do wrong when they're this advice?
A lot of people don't understand what specific knowledge really is or how to quote unquote obtain it. People don't understand what accountability really entails. They think that accountability means being successfully accountable. No, it means that you have to stick your neck out and fail with your name out there publicly and be willing to let people hate on you. One of the reasons I'm less active on Twitter lately is because every tweet summons an army of nitpickers and haters, and it gets exhausting. But on the other hand, you have to learn how to ignore them, otherwise you can't survive on Twitter. A lot of people try to reconcile it with like, should I quit my 9-to-5 job or not? That can be a very hard decision. I don't think you need to go that extreme. You can start applying accountability and leverage and specific knowledge even within your existing career. It doesn't have to necessarily be fork off and do something else completely. A lot of people will use it as a way to agree and disagree with their existing biases. They'll say, oh yeah, I agree with that part, or that part you're completely wrong. The most interesting parts should be the ones that you disagree with, because clearly I've proven that I know a few things. So if you disagree with it, then maybe that is an area where you can improve your thinking. I've definitely improved my thinking all the time, but I will tell you that in this tweet storm, I put down the minimum viable principles. I did not put down the whole universe of what I know about how to make money, because 90% of it is suspect. I put down the bedrock, the stuff that I'm pretty solidly sure about. And I have not yet seen a tweet that has successfully contradicted anything in this tweet storm that would cause me to say, oh yeah, I got that one wrong. I think another place where people get a little bit off is they look at this and they say, well, this only applies to tech entrepreneurs. I disagree. The example that I gave about real estate was a good one in that regard. It's just the nature of leverage that technology drives leverage. So I'm going to push you in a tech direction to get the free leverage that is available in tech. And obviously this message is being delivered through the internet, so it's going to have a pro-internet bias. There are also people who believe that it is unfair to the people who don't have these opportunities to do anything with the opportunities that they do have. With that defeatist attitude, why even get out of bed in the morning? 90% of people are dead. There's a lot of people who are living on $1 a day. Do you live on $1 a day? No, it's up to you to play the hand that you're dealt to the best of your ability, and then you can take the winnings, the pot from that hand, and do whatever you want with it to fix the world. But saying that you should not do things just because others can't do things is living in denial. It's an excuse to not do anything. There are also people who believe that wealth creation is fundamentally at odds with an environmentally safe and healthy planet, and they view the whole thing as a giant zero-sum game. That's a false narrative as well. Elon Musk is not playing a zero-sum game with the environment, and there are plenty of entrepreneurs who are not. If anything, there is a word that environmentalists love, which is sustainability, and for-profit businesses are at least financially sustainable, if nothing else. You can do a B Corp, which has a dual mission. A lot of nonprofit efforts would actually be better served by for-profit companies, because then they wouldn't have to go begging for grants all the time. They would be financially sustainable. Some great founders realize their philanthropic visions by running a business.
Who is this advice targeted to? Is it for my Lyft driver? Is it for an internet entrepreneur? Is it for somebody who wants to start a YouTube channel?
Because it comes from someone who's steeped in Silicon Valley and tech companies, it's always going to have a bias towards that. But I think it's good for anybody who wants to be entrepreneurial, anybody who wants to control their own life, anybody who wants to deterministically and reliably improve their ability to create wealth over time, is patient and looking at it for the long haul. And certainly if you're 80 years old, retired, running out of energy, you should probably just stay retired. But there are 80-year-olds who have a lot of energy and want to do new things and live for the future. It can obviously apply very easily to a young person, I would say 9, 10 years old and up. The most difficult one is probably middle-aged, because when we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, we already have a lot invested. We have a lot of obligations, because those are the years where we're earning and people are relying upon us. We don't want to change because we don't want to admit defeat in what we've been doing to date. But that's where it can actually be the most fruitful. It may be the most difficult pivot. You have a 9-to-5 job, you have a family relying upon you. And so it may seem like the things in this podcast are far too idealistic, but maybe it can inform your weekend projects. Maybe it can inform your self-re-education that you do at night on the internet. Maybe it can inform what roles you take on in the company that you're at, because they move you closer and closer to points of leverage, points of judgment, or points where you're naturally good at and you're authentic. It might cause you to take on more accountability. Even applied piecemeals, these principles can directionally guide you regardless of what stage you are at in life short of retirement. And if you're in retirement, just test them to see if they're true and then teach them to your kids or your grandkids. There's many different ways to participate. It should really apply to almost everybody who has a complete body, sound mind, and is looking to work.
I think one way to apply the advice is to look at who is getting the leverage off of the work that you're doing. Look up the value chain, look at who's above you and who's above them, and see how they are taking advantage of the time and the work that you're doing and how they're applying leverage to it. People do that naturally in that they want to move up the corporate ladder, but that's mostly about managing other people. And what you really want to be doing is managing more capital, products, media, and community. People think about moving up the ladder in their organization, but they don't think that often about moving to a different organization or creating their own organization to get more leverage.
In general, ceteris paribus, fancy Latin words for all other things equal, you will do better in a smaller organization than a larger one. You will have more accountability, it'll be more visible. You are more likely to be able to try on multiple things to find out the thing that you are uniquely good at. People are more likely to give you leverage through battlefield promotions. You're going to have more flexibility, there'll be more authenticity to how the company operates. A good progression for a career, start out in a large company and then progressively move to smaller and smaller ones. It's very hard to go from a small company to work in a larger company. Larger companies tend to be more about politics and less about merit. They're more stable, but they're less innovative situations. The goal long term is, if we are all wealthy, is that we're all working for ourselves, and the people who are working for us are essentially robots. And today that's software robots in data centers executing code. Tomorrow it could be delivery bots, flying bots, mechanical bots that are carrying things around. This goes back to this idea of the best relationships are peer relationships. If there's someone above you, then that's someone to learn from. If you're not learning from them and improving, then there shouldn't be anybody above you. If there's somebody below you, it's because you're teaching them and enabling them. If you're not teaching them and enabling them, then get a robot underneath. You don't need a human being below you. This is utopian, and it's a long ways off. But in the not too distant future, anybody who wants to work for themselves will be able to work for themselves. You may have to make other sacrifices. You may have to take on more risk. You may have to take on more accountability. You may have less steady income. But more and more, I think the younger generation is realizing that if they're going to work for themselves.
In one of your tweets, you listed out some of the things you should study, like programming, sales, reading, writing, arithmetic. One of the items that ended up on the cutting room floor was that you should also study ethics.
I was originally going to put that out there as a concession to people who believe that making money is evil and that the only way to make it is evil. But then I realized ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about, and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code, and where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I could point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule, which is don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you. Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network, and then they want to do business with you. And if you build a good enough reputation for being ethical, eventually people will pay you just to do deals through you, because you're the one who will validate and ensure the deals by your presence, because you wouldn't be involved with low-quality stuff. So being ethical actually pays off in the long run, but it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, You want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have two threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies, so you force those people out of your network, and sometimes it's painful, like friends and family, but long term you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being the deal makers in the network because people go to them for a fair shake or to figure out what's fair. And so if you are cutting people fair deals, you don't get paid in the short term, but in the long term, everybody wants to deal with you, and you end up being a market hub. You have more information, you have trust, you have reputation, and people end up doing deals through you. A lot of wisdom is just realizing the long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're going to seem to everybody around you.
Do you want to tell us about some of the jobs that you had as a youth and the specific job that kicked off your fanatical obsession with creating wealth?
This gets a little personal, and I don't want to do the humble brag thing. There was some thread going around on Twitter about, like, name 5 jobs you've held, and every rich person on there was trying to signal how they've held, like, normal jobs. So I don't want to play that game. I've held a bunch of menial jobs. There are people who have had it worse than me, people who had it better than me. There was one point where I was washing dishes in the school cafeteria, and I said, F this, I hate this, I can't do this anymore. And I sweet-talked my way to a computer science prof of helping TA his CS class in algorithms when I myself was completely unqualified for that. And so it forced me to learn computer science algorithms so I could TA the rest of the course. But that desire came out of the suffering of washing dishes in the college cafeteria, which is not to say there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything, really. But it was just not for me. I did not enjoy it. I had an active mind, and I wanted to make my money and earn my living through mental activities, not through physical activities.
Okay, charge. The bank charge commission, except request of work, pizza work from the bank charge commission to charge. Now charge to ask an amount of money for some the bank charge commission to okay, they charge you $20 just to get the cup. They don't commute them down to charge for admission accepting. More examples. How much do you charge for renting a basic for a week? Renting a basic for a week. How much do you charge for renting a basic? Renting a week. Which charge a week? Renting. How much do you charge for renting a basic for a week payment? The money that you pay required for use some tickets. Just row house car television that someone else or payment. Rent. How much do you charge for renting a basic for a week? How much do you charge basic for a week? You rent a basic. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for haircut and brow. and broad. The restaurant charged shockingly. The restaurant charged shockingly high prices for its food. The restaurant charged shockingly high prices for its food. It charged anywhere from 20 to 50. They charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for haircut and blow dry. The restaurant charged shockingly high prices for its food. My plumber charged 20 an hour. My plumber charged 20 an hour. The restaurant charged shockingly high prices. Rent. Shocking. That is offensive, upset. The restaurant charged shockingly high prices for its food. The restaurant charged shockingly high prices for its food. The restaurant charged shockingly high prices for its food. The restaurant charged shockingly high prices for its food. That is extremely bad and unpleasant or very low quality. Restaurant charged shockingly high prices for its food. Restaurant charged for its food. That is offensive, upsetting, or that is shocking. That is extremely bad. Shocking. That is extremely bad or unpleasant or low quality.那已经4月了，所以实际上，可以把这星期18还快了点。Extremely bad and unpleasant. The restaurant charged shocking high prices for its food. My plumber charged 20 an hour. The price of charge air travelers for vegetarian meals proved unpopular. In fact. Okay, the price of charge of air travelers for vegetarian meals proved unpopular. To show a particular result after a period of time. Okay, to show to show a particular result. Oh. After a period of time, the operation proved a complete success. The operation proved a complete success. To show a particular results after a period of time. Okay. The policy of child air travelers for vegetarian meals proved unpopular. To show particular results after a period of time. After a period of time, to show a particular result. After a period of time. The policy of child air travelers for vegetarian meals proved unpopular. The policy of child air travelers for vegetarian meals proved unpopular. To make a form, accuse a formula. Accuse. Accuse a formula. Madness. Share. Not serious. 啊，我觉得这个倒是可以，可以，那啥，提高到100。share。accuse。share。accuse。To say that someone has done something very wrong, illegal or unkind. His kind of person.就是形容是 kind of person. To say that someone has done something very wrong. To say that someone has done something very wrong, illegal or unkind. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. Don't worry. I'm not accusing you. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. Don't worry. I'm not accusing. It wasn't my fault. Don't worry. I'm not accusing you. To say that someone has done something marrying wrong, illegal, or unkind. Marrying. Extremely. Marley.
Huh?
Marley.
Morally.
Marley. Simpson. Marley.
Morally.
Based on principles that you or people in general consider to be right. Honest or unacceptable. Already, you're right. Right, but in practice, I don't think it will not work. Right.
Morally.
Okay, morally. Based on principles that you or people in general consider to be right, honest, or unacceptable. Morally. Based on principles that you or people wisdom that you people. Based on principles that you or people in general consider to be right, honest, or unacceptable, or acceptable. Moral. You're right. You are right. Okay, you're right. Alrighty. You're right. Morally, you're right. But in practice, I don't think it would work. I don't think it would work.其实这些用的东西也是可以做。It'll work. More it'll work. That'll work. More it'll work.
But sometimes it takes the suffering of doing the wrong thing to motivate you enough to do the right thing. I worked at a law firm for a while, a big prestigious law firm in New York City. I had a big internship there, and I basically got fired for surfing Usenet back in the day. This is before the internet was a big thing. Usenet was the news groups, and it was the only way for me to stay from being completely bored. And I was an overpaid guy wearing a tie and a suit, and I had to hang out in the conference room when the lawyers made photocopies. I would make photocopies. And in the meantime, I would be bored out of my skull. This is pre-iPhone. Thank God to Steve Jobs for saving us all from unending boredom. But I used to read the Wall Street Journal, or anything that I could get my hands on. I would have read the back of a brochure just to keep from going insane, because listening to a bunch of corporate lawyers discuss how to optimize minute details in a big contract is really dull. And they got mad at me because they wanted me to sit there quietly and not read the Wall Street Journal. They said that's rude, that's misbehavior. So I got called up and reprimanded a bunch of times, and then I was finally terminated. And I was sent home in shame early from my very prestigious internship, destroying my chance of going to law school, And I was unhappy for all of an hour.
Don't worry.
But ultimately, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, because then I would have ended up as a lawyer. Not that I have anything against lawyers, but it's not what I was meant to do.
You mentioned the catering job that you had a while back that really kicked off the whole obsession.
That was an envy thing. When I was in high school, I had to make some money to pay for my first semester at college, and I had to get a job. It was the summer of 1990, 1991 time frame. So this was the Bush senior recession. If anyone who was alive back then remembers this, so it was actually really hard to get a job. So I ended up working for an Indian food catering company. And I ended up having to serve at a birthday party for a kid who was actually in my school. So I saw my classmates, and I was out there serving food and drinks to them. And that was incredibly embarrassing. I wanted to hide away and die right there. But you know what? It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the motivation. If I hadn't had that happen, I probably wouldn't be as motivated, and I wouldn't be as successful. So it's all fine. But it was definitely a very strong motivator. In that sense, envy can be useful. Envy can also eat you alive if you let it follow you your entire life, but there are points in your life where it can be a very powerful booster rocket.
We spoke earlier about picking a business model that has leverage from scale economies, network effects, zero marginal cost of replication. There were a few other ideas on the cutting room floor that I want to go through with you. The first one was the principal agent problem.
So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of a mental model checklist. I know Charlie Munger does, but that's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up from microeconomics, because as we've established, macroeconomics is not really worth spending time on, is what's called the principal agent problem. Principal in this case is principal with a P-A-L, not P-L-E, so it's not a principal that you follow. It's a principal who is a person. A principal is an owner, and an agent is the person who works for the owner. So you can think of it as an employee, the difference between a founder and an employee. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. It's generally attributed to either one. But he said, if you want it done, then go. If not, then send. Which is saying, if you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal agent problem pops up everywhere. In microeconomics, the way that they try to characterize it is that the principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner of the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood or in the business, or might make them personally the most money. You see this a lot with hired gun CEOs running public companies, where the ownership of the public company is distributed so widely that there's no principal remaining. So nobody owns more than 1% of the company. The CEO takes charge, stuffs the board with their buddies, and then starts issuing themselves low-price stock options or doing a lot of stock buybacks because their compensation is based directly tied to the stock price. So agents have a way of hacking systems. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. As Charlie Munger says, if you can be working on incentives, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. The study of signaling and signals is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem. Because the good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money, they're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. Principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? And I think you have to truly have been a founder to fully appreciate how important this founder mentality thing is, and what a difficult and gnarly problem the principal agent problem is. What I would say to you is, if you are a principal, you essentially want to spend a lot of your time thinking about this problem. What that means is, you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will, and you want them to be aligned with you in how they operate. When you do business deals, it's better to have an aligned partnership where you both have the same incentives than a partnership where you got the advantage in the deal. You negotiate in such a way that you got the better end of the transaction, because eventually the other person will figure it out, or they'll be misaligned and the partnership will fall apart. Either way, it's not going to be one of those things that you can invest into with the benefits of compound interest over decades. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. It's also going to align you with the principal, and a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. I'm always very impressed by founders who will promote up very, very young people through the ranks, having them skip multiple levels despite their experience. And invariably it happens because this agent who's way deep down thinks like a principal. So if you can hack your way through the principal-agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company.
The reason I asked about this one first is because I feel like I personally never see the principal-agent problem in my work. I tend to work in small teams where everybody is highly economically aligned, and the people have been filtered for a commitment to the mission, and everybody else who doesn't work out moves on to another role elsewhere.
These are all heuristics that you have designed to avoid having to deal with the single biggest problem in management. Another example of a heuristic you can have that helps you route around the principal-agent problem is to deal with the smallest firms possible. So for example, when I'm hiring a lawyer or a banker or even an accountant to work on my deals, one of the things that I've become very cognizant about is the bigger firms, all other things equal, are generally worse. Yes, they have more experience. Yes, they have more people. Yes, they have a bigger brand. But what you'll find is that the principal and the agent are highly separated. And very often the principal will sell you and convince you to work with a firm, but then all the work will be done by an agent who simply doesn't care as much. And you can end up getting substandard service. So I prefer to work with boutiques, and my ideal law firm to work with is a law firm of one. My ideal banker to work with is a solo banker. Now you're making other sacrifices and trade-offs in terms of that person's resources, and you are betting big on that person, but you've got one throat to choke, there's no one else to point fingers to, there's nowhere to run. The accountability is extremely high. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Let's chat about the Kelly criterion.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is, don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates, if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand? Because even when you have an edge, you can still lose. So let's say you have 51-49 edge, every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge, because you could just lose everything, and you don't get to come back to the average. Nassim Taleb famously talks about ergodicity, which is a fancy word for the simple concept that what is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100 times. The easiest way to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people who play Russian roulette once each, and then each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead, 5 people have $1 billion. Versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire, is going to end up worth 0. And so risk-taking, especially when the averages are calculated across large populations, is not always rational. The Kelly criterion helps you avoid ruin. The number one way in which people get ruined in modern business is not by betting too much, but it's by cutting corners and doing unethical things or downright illegal things. Ending up in an orange jumpsuit in prison or having your reputation ruined is the same as getting wiped to 0. So never do those things.
Let's talk about the Schelling point.
It's a game theory concept made famous by Thomas Schelling in the book called The Strategy of Conflict, which I do recommend reading. It's about multiplayer games where other people are responding based on what they think your response is. What he came up with was the mathematical formalization of how do you get people who cannot communicate with each other to coordinate. Suppose that I want to meet with you, but I don't tell you where and I don't tell you when. We both want to meet, but we cannot communicate any more information to each other. That would sound like an impossible problem to solve. We're done. We can't do it. Not quite. Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person who's smart, we're going to start thinking, if we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where will we meet? What is a big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have two companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way. This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that, this is a tweet that I have, negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation at the end of the day is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person and they're taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high cost, low information, single move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors, and the contractor has no choice on what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends, you try to go through reputation, and what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move, expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need two different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into two projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have 3 friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome of these projects. Another one might be the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, life gets a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect. especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was a good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, "I always want it to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote." Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week. You're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And on the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. What it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide that. It's just the rich person is more willing to pay, so you have to give them the little things that they need extra to either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administration so the IT person can monitor everything that's going on, you suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a priced product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets. Even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee costs $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's selling the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. It's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be $1 trillion company, but I will bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say, that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what it's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. What you'll end up with is the price that it's worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised around at $10 million, and that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing, your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there is an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And If you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution, return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare you into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. Properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's a good framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things like save the environment rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor where you said, you will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving, preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people and apprenticeship is the only model.
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably won't have the motivation to make money in the first place. If you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. Warren Buffett went and tried to work for Benjamin Graham straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and Ben Graham said, you're overpriced. It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in terms of short-term career work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding, so no one has figured it out. Or it's a field that's very circumstantial, where the details really matter, and it's always moving. For example, fund investments or investing in general is one of those skills. Entrepreneurship is one of those skills. One of the most coveted jobs that's come in Silicon Valley in the last half decade or so is being a chief of staff for an entrepreneur, where the brightest young kids will follow the CEO or the entrepreneur around and do whatever that person needs them to do. And in many cases, they're way overqualified for the position. You may have someone who has 2 graduate degrees who is essentially running the CEO's laundry for that day because that's the most important thing that needs to be done. But at the same time, they're also going to be sitting in all the highest end staff meetings. They're going to be privy to all the venture fundraising decks and all the accountability. Don't worry about short-term compensation. If you dive into the edge of knowledge, which nobody knows how to solve, and you solve the hard problems, taking on accountability, people will line up behind you. The leverage will come.
There were a couple other related tweets to this topic from the cutting room floor that I'll read out. First, the technology industry is a great place to acquire specific knowledge. The frontier is always moving forward. If you are genuinely intellectually curious, you will acquire the knowledge ahead of others.
Real technology is around us everywhere. The spoon was technology once. Fire was technology once. But once we figured out how to make it work, it disappeared in the background and became part of our everyday lives. So technology is by definition the intellectual frontier. It's taking the things that are recent from science or from culture that we have not yet figured out how to mass produce, and it's figuring out how to commercialize it, how to make it available to everybody. So technology will always be where you can pick up specific knowledge that's valuable to society that doesn't quite understand yet. For example, if I become a world-class expert in machine learning, just when machine learning is starting to take off, and I got there through my genuine intellectual interest and I bet my career on it, I'm going to do really well. But 20 years from now, machine learning may be second hat. There are also timeless forms of specific knowledge. For example, if you're good at persuading people, it's probably a skill that you picked up early on in life. It's always going to apply because persuading people is always going to be valuable. This is one of those skills that's generic. It probably alone is not enough to build a career on. It needs to be combined a skill stack. You might combine persuasion with accounting, combined with understanding, for example, semiconductor production lines, and now all of a sudden you're the best semiconductor salesperson that becomes the best semiconductor company CEO. There are timeless specific knowledge skills. Those are skills I would say that can pretty much never be taught. And then there are timely specific knowledge skills which come and go, but even those tend to have fairly long shelf lives of a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. So technology is a good place to find those specific skill sets. And if you can bring in a more generic specialized knowledge skill sets.
The other tweet from the cutting room floor was related to accountability in companies. It said, companies don't know how to measure outputs, so they measure inputs instead. Work in a way that your outputs are visible and measurable. If you don't have accountability, do something different.
The entire structure of rewarding people comes from the agricultural and industrial age, where your inputs and your outputs matched up very closely. The amount of hours that you put into doing something was a good rough proxy for what kind of output you were going to get. Today, it's extremely nonlinear. One good investment decision can make a company $10 or $100 million. One good product feature can be the difference between product market fit and complete failure. So judgment and accountability matter much, much more. And you want the accountability because sometimes the best engineers or the best salespeople are the ones who don't work very hard, but then they'll ship that one critical product at just the right time. Or they'll make that one huge sale or that one huge deal that will make the company or at least make the numbers for the quarter. It's very important that people are able to tell that you had a role in that. That doesn't mean that you stomp all over your team. Humans are extremely sensitive to people who take too much credit. So you do want to be the kind of person that is always giving out credit. But the smart people will know who was responsible. There are jobs where you're not customer facing enough, where you're kind of a cog in the machine, and you sacrifice accountability to some degree. An example is when you're a consultant. As a consultant, often you're giving the best ideas and the best outcome, but it's being delivered through some person who's working within the organization. At that point, you may not have visibility to the top people in the organization, and you may be hidden behind a screen. And that's just a trade-off that you're making in exchange for your independence as a consultant, because you're not willing to play the corporate rat race or the corporate ladder game. Realize that with accountability, you can get a lot more credit when things go right. Of course, the downside is you get hurt a lot more when things go wrong. You stick your neck out and you have to be willing to be blamed, sacrificed, and even attacked. So if you're the kind of person that thrives in a high accountability environment, you're naturally also going to end up very thick-skinned over time. You're going to get hurt a lot. People are going to attack you if you fail.
If you're working a job, I think you can apply a lot of the principles of the tweet storm inside the job, like we just discussed, including other ones like partnering with rational optimists. You can find people in the organization who are optimistic and rational, that have energy, integrity, and intelligence. And
Okay, let me see. Okay, he charged anywhere from the chat. He charged anywhere from 20. Okay, now this part. He charged anywhere from $20 to $50. $20 to $50. They charge anywhere from 20 to 50 dollar 这两个词怎么two这是一样的22这样都一样的$20 to $50 for a haircut and blow dry. The restaurant charges stacking. The restaurant charged shocking high prices for its food. My plumber charged $20 an hour. My plumber charged $20 an hour. The part of charge air travelers. The part of charge air travelers. The part of charge air travelers for vegetarian meals proved unpopular. Were accused forming of a place. Accused firmly to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. Accused saying that someone is accused of a crime. She's being charged with murder. Crime. 这怎么是 activity? Activity sample. They to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. Activity. Unique activity. Crime. Not allowed by law. Not allowed by law. Company to stop the negotiate. Calculated to children under 16. Okay, the company to stop negotiations. The company to stop negotiations. Congratulated to children under 13. Okay. Not allowed by a campaign to stop illegal illegal activities. They rate the violent crime, fairness among the serious crime. 这个前提，很高级。这个前提He charged you, okay? Cause crime, illegal activities, okay? Of the place to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She is charged with murdering her husband. To public accuse someone of doing something bad. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. For her own purposes. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Move forward quickly and violently. To move forward quickly and violent.对呀。
Violently.
Violent. Okay, violent. Quickly and violent. Strongly or extremely. In a forceful way, they causes people to be hurt. In a forceful way, that causes people to be hurt. To move forward quickly and violent. Violent. Okay. Violent. To move forward quickly and violent. To move forward quickly and violent. Strongly or extremely. To move forward quickly and violent. In a forceful way, that causes people to be hurt. In a forceful way, that causes people to be hurt. To move forward quickly and violent. To to move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficult or anger, difficulty or anger. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. The billboard its horns and charged. The billboard is horns and charged. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. Okay. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. The billboard is horns and charged. To move forward quickly and violently. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. The billboard is horns and charged. Okay, move forward. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. The billboard is horns and charged. The billboard is horns and the billboard is horns and charged. To move forward quickly and violent, especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. The billboard is horns. The billboard is horns and charged. The billboard is horns and charged. The vans became. Let me see. Illegal. Valid. Charge. Accuse. For him. Charged. Move forward. Billboard is first and Laura is horns and charged. The billboard is horns and charged. To move forward quickly and violent, especially toward something that has caused difficult or anger. The Venice began when they pleased. The Venice began. The Venice began. The Venice actions or words that are actions or words that are actions or words that are intended to hurt people. Extreme force, 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 extreme force. Actions or words that are intended to hurt people. Like actions or words that are intended to hurt people. Actions or words actions or words that are intended to hurt people. To hurt. Actions or words that are intended to hurt people. Extreme force, extreme force, extreme force. Okay. The Venice began when the police charged. The Venice began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The violence began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. Okay. The violence began when the police charged. The violence began. Okay. The violence began. The violence began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The violence began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The violence began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. Crowd. A large group of people who have come together. Crowd. A large group of people who have come together. A large group of people who have come together. A large group of people who have come together. A large group of people who have been together. Who have come together. A large group of people who have come together. A crowd of about. A large group of people who have come together. A crowd of about. A crowd of about. A crowd of about. A large group of people who have come together. A crowd of about. A large group of people who have come together. a crowd, a crowd, a crowd, a crowd,
crowd,
crowd, a crowd about, a crowd of 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 about, about, a crowd of about 1,000 attended the concert 51 no 15,000 attended the concert a crowd of about 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 attended the concert crowd of demonstrators and a large group of people who have come together informally to hurry from one place to another to hurry from one place to another to hurry from one place to another. I've been charging about all day. I've been charging about all day and I'm exhausted. I've been charging about all day and I'm exhausted. I've been charged about all day and I'm exhausted. I've been charged about all day and I'm exhausted. I've been charging about all day and I'm exhausted. I've been charging about all day and I'm exhausted. I've been charging about all day and I'm exhausted. He came charging up the stairs. He came charging up the stairs to tell me the good news. He came charging up the stairs to tell me the good news. He came charging up the stairs. He came charging up the stairs to tell me the good news. He came charging up to the stairs to tell me this good news. Okay, I've been charging about all day and I'm exhausted. We're tired. He came exhausted. I came charging up the stairs to tell me the good news. The good news. Explosive. To put enough explosive. To put enough explosive into a gun. To fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun. To fire it once. Again. To order someone to do something. To to order someone to do something. He was charged with taking care of the premises. He was charged with taking care of the premises, house and building, especially the I was charged with taking care of the premises, especially the business or organization, especially business or organization. Premises, crowd, a group, not group problem altogether. Crowd. Okay, premises. The land and buildings are owned by someone, especially by a company or organization. The land and buildings are owned by someone, especially society. No, not this. The company is new premises. Simple. The ice cream is made on the premises. His building this 2房屋。premises 房屋生产场所的the land and buildings owned by someone. The land and buildings owned by someone, especially by a company or organization. He was charged with taking care of the premises. He was charged with taking care of the premises.
Out of this is that once you get census, the idea of wealth is vilified by some people in other countries, say.
And the way that we do networking for supercomputing is really quite ideal.
India's insane prosperity continue for years to come. Is AI going to be the next $1 trillion technology wave? How sure are we of that? And if so, can NVIDIA actually maintain their ridiculous dominance as this market comes to take shape? So Jensen takes us down memory lane with stories of how they went from graphics to the data center to AI, how they survived multiple near-death experiences. He also has plenty of advice for founders, and he shared an emotional side to the founder journey toward the end of the episode.
Yeah, I got new perspective on the company and on him as a founder and a leader just from doing this, despite, we thought we knew everything before we came in advance, and it turned out we didn't.
Turns out the protagonist actually knows more.
Yes.
All right, well, listeners, join the Slack. There is incredible discussion of everything about this company, AI, the whole ecosystem, and a bunch of other episodes that we've done recently going on in there right now. So that is acquired.fm/Slack. We'd love to see you. And without further ado, this show is not investment advice. David and I may have investments in the companies we discuss, and this show is for informational and entertainment purposes only. On to Jensen. So Jensen, this is Acquired, so we want to start with story time. So we want to wind the clock all the way back to, I believe it was 1997. You're getting ready to ship the Riva 128, which is one of the largest graphics chips ever created in the history of computing. It is the first fully 3D accelerated graphics pipeline for a computer.
Yeah.
And you guys have
And
about
you're running out of
6
money.
months of cash left. And so you decide to do the entire testing in simulation rather than ever receiving a physical prototype. You commission the production run sight unseen with the rest of the company's money.
Yeah.
So you're betting it all right here on the Riva 128.
Yeah.
It comes back, and of the 32 DirectX blend modes, it supports 8 of them. And you have to convince the market to buy it, and you got to convince developers not to use anything but those 8 blend modes. Walk us through what that
The other
felt
24
like.
weren't that important.
Okay, so wait. First question: was that the plan all along? Like, when did you realize that
We
only
should have.
8 were gonna
We
work?
I realized I didn't learn about it until it was too late. We should have implemented all 32. Yeah, but we built what we built, and so we had to make the best of it. That was really an extraordinary time. Remember, Riva 120 was NV3. NV1 and NV2 were based on forward texture mapping, no triangles but curves, and it tessellated the curves. And because we were rendering higher level objects, we essentially avoided using Z buffers. And we thought that that was going to be a good rendering approach. And turns out to have been completely the wrong answer. And so what Riva 128 was a reset of our company. Now remember, at the time that we started the company in 1993, we were the only consumer 3D graphics company ever created. And we were focused on transforming the PC into an accelerated PC because at the time, Windows was really a software rendered system. And so anyways, Riva 128 was a reset of our company because by the time that we realized we had gone down the wrong road, Microsoft had already rolled out DirectX. It was fundamentally incompatible with NVIDIA's architecture. 30 competitors have already shown up, even though we were the first company at the time that we were founded. So the world was a completely different place. The question about what to do as a company strategy, at that point, I would have said that we made a whole bunch of wrong decisions, but on that day that mattered, we made a sequence of extraordinarily good decisions. And that time, 1997, was probably NVIDIA's best moment. And the reason for that was our backs were up against the wall. We were running out of time, we were running out of money, and for a lot of employees, running out of hope. And the question is, what do we do? Well, the first thing that we did was we decided that, look, DirectX is now here. We're not going to fight it. Let's go figure out a way to build the best thing in the world for it. And Riva 128 is the world's first fully accelerated, hardware accelerated pipeline for rendering 3D. And so the transform, the projection, every single element, all the way down to the frame buffer was completely hardware accelerated. We implemented a texture cache. We took the bus limit, the frame buffer limit, to as big as physics could afford at the time. We made the biggest chip that anybody had ever imagined building. We used the fastest memories. Basically, if we built that chip, there could be nothing that could be faster. And we also chose a cost point that is substantially higher than the highest price that we think that any of our competitors would be willing to go. If we built it right, we accelerated everything, we implemented everything in DirectX that we knew of, and we built it as large as we possibly could, then obviously nobody can build something faster.
To help tell their story.
Yes.
And then there's
Welcome Candy Montgomery herself, Elizabeth Olsen, and Jesse Plemons. You had no idea this was going to be a comedy series panel, did you? Oh my goodness. And finally, she is director and executive producer extraordinaire. Please welcome Leslie Linka Glatter.
Don't clap.
I don't know if you guys knew what was happening. This has already been my favorite panel I've ever done. I was literally out here for 5 minutes just chatting with everybody, and I'm like, they're doing photos. And then I say to Tom, go back, you're not supposed to come out yet. Like, we're all very close. They're coming over to my house later to watch the rest of the other 2 episodes that have just premiered. I was telling this audience, I feel, well, I watch so much television for my job, and when I truly love something, it gives me such pride to be able to share that with an audience and all of you. And I love this series so much. And part of me feels a little bad saying it because there is such a tragedy at the heart of it. but what you all did to humanize these people and to just show the layers, it's so beautifully done. So congratulations on premiere day.
Thank you.
No, my pleasure. You all deserve it. I want to start, first of all, we can't say enough about the costume design, the production design, the music that truly gives this show such an established base to start with. What was it like for all of you the first day you saw each other in costume and in hair and makeup? Who wants to go?
Well, I mean, the very first day, I believe, was the camera test.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
And
At the Como,
at the Como,
our
and
set.
yeah, I was in between both.
But I was there
in the Como Motel, which is a little fitting and a taste of what was to come.
Yep.
And then the actual first year day where we met, you know, the whole cast was all of the church stuff.
Yeah.
And so we were seeing everyone in costume and then seeing their church choir selves as well, which was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. The production design was something that was a really incredible element. Beyond just the set pieces that were built, the amount of towns, first off. I don't know how many towns we shot in to make 2 towns look right.
What about motels?
I mean, the motels, there's 3. But we gave lots of places facelifts. I mean, it was really unbelievable to see Suzuki and her team in real places transform these main streets, these motels. I don't remember how much paint was used, but there's like thousands.
Gallons and gallons. Because anything that's from 1978 and it hasn't been repaired is in horrible shape. So you have to fix it, and then mostly people change it. But you know, it was so important to create the world around this story. For me, as a director, creating the world is so much a part of the storytelling. And this is about a community of people, and you know, I was born in Texas, and there's something about the beauty of the wide open spaces and the possibility, and I think we wanted to have that in the community we were building. Especially, there's a tragedy at the heart.
Right. And Patrick loved Texas so much, he moved there. He was telling me this backstage, you moved to northern Texas, which is incredible.
Yeah, I moved where Jackie Ponder ends up, Wichita Falls. Yeah. Which is super random. It's not sexy. Good for family though. That's why we're there.
I remember, Patrick, when you put on those glasses,
Yes.
it's like you became Pat.
That was really, like, the rest of the wardrobe was very informative. The pictures of Pat Montgomery were very informative, how he carried himself, but the glasses were really like, I needed those. I needed them to really, like, your eyes immediately changed. Just like kind of glazed. Slightly.
Well, and Jesse, your haircut, I mean, that...
Oh, Jesse's hair.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
His choice.
Big Daddy.
It's real. And it was one of the smartest choices I've ever seen. I've never seen someone be so specific about a hair choice, and I thought it was an amazing in. I want to hear how you chose
It was a
that.
popular look back
Yeah.
then.
Yes.
In my defense.
Wait, did you choose that?
I did.
You chose that.
There were many ideas, and that's what we ended up with. Yeah.
Yep.
I love it. And listen, Tom, you went through 2 spray tans a week, right? To play Don?
I sure did. I stayed well lacquered.
I love that.
Yeah, Don would go up to the roof of his law office. We worked with Robert Yudishin, and he was an advisor on the show. Don would go to the roof of his law office every day at lunch and lay out in tan. Unfortunately, when I do that, I get red, and then I return to my original pale state. So I opted for the spray tan.
Yeah, you guys are in for a real treat when we get to some of Tom's later episodes, which we'll get to in a minute. But Leslie, I want to start with you about why you wanted to work with, of course, I can imagine why you want to work with David E. Kelley and this amazing cast, but what was it about this story that appealed to you that you wanted to bring it to HBO Max?
Well, I was sent the 2 original Texas Monthly stories, and when I read them, I couldn't believe it. I mean, it is certainly a case where real life, reality is much stranger than fiction, and I think if this story wasn't true, I don't think you could tell this story. I mean, there are so many things about it. And we tried to stay very true to the facts of the story. And meanwhile, David E. Kelley was sent the same story. And we had always wanted to work together. And as he describes it, he's the wordsmith. He says, in our combined 50 years of telling stories, we had never worked together, which is crazy. So this is what brought us together. It's been an incredible partnership, hopefully the first of many. But what pulled me to the story was that things were not what they appear to be. And that what's really going on is so much deeper than that. And, you know, it's 1978. This is small town America. And, you know, it's very bucolic on the surface. It's so much about like the crack in the American dream. But I'm very interested in the women, but also the men who, you know, did everything right. They got married young, they had their 2 kids, they moved to the suburbs to have a safe, beautiful life. And why do you feel so empty inside? Why is there a hole in your heart and psyche and soul that's a mile wide? And I think, you know, Candy, you know, is aspirational. She's looking for more always. And, you know, we know what happens here, but I got to work with this unfucking believable cast. And I love these people here. And I mean, sorry, I didn't say that.
No, how long did it take to assemble everybody? Because like you said, this cast is, I mean, you guys are stacked. What you do, and you each deserve Emmy nominations for everything that you do in this series. Wait till you see. But how long did it take to get everybody together and get this ready to film?
I mean, we started with Lizzie, we sent you the first.
You sent me one, I think, and then I
sent you one. That was.
Then I asked for 2.
Yeah.
And the articles.
And yes, and we talked on Zoom because it was COVID time, and Lizzie was. Everyone sitting here was our first choice, so that's kind of incredible. Yeah. And we talked to Lizzie. She was the first person we talked to, and the best choice ever. So yeah.
So Lizzie, then tell me what intrigued you about playing Candy Montgomery.
I thought that there is this gripping of a veneer, this obsessiveness of needing a validation, and then underneath it was also kind of funny. And so I also wasn't paying attention to the fact that it was a true story. I'm sure someone said it in email, but I was looking at the attachments, and I thought the Texas Monthly articles, for whatever reason, I read a lot of short stories in literary magazines, and I thought it was a literary short piece that was, you know, coming from the point of view of like it was a fictional journalist or whatever. I mean, it was interesting actually, because we talked to someone the other day as a cast who works at Texas Monthly, and their what's the word? Their like theme is make it mythic, and the articles are mythic. And so there's a story there that there's a lot of decision making that doesn't make really any kind of logical sense. And so I found it interesting to try and figure out what that tension or that grip is that makes all these weird choices make sense. And I was hoping when I spoke to David and Leslie that they were interested in playing with tone, that it wasn't just like, yes, the dialogue feels authentic, but it wasn't just about like making the most like I don't know, grounded or like super subtle or something. Like there was something playful about the writing, and I was hungry to do something like that, but stay, you know, in a real world that's authentic. Yeah.
I'm so glad you brought up the tone, because as Leslie and I were talking the other week on Zoom, I said to you, I was like, it feels like there's multiple different shows in one here, because the tone changes quite a, I mean, you guys are in for such a treat here with what happens, but the tone, especially in the first few episodes, there's so much humor, and you have to have that in order to balance what's to come. But what was that like for all of you as you were filming the first part of this? First of all, did you film it in order? Or no?
I'm sorry. That sound just came out. We did shoot the church you know, it was very important to me to create a sense of community among our characters. So we shot everything at the church first, and the singing and the picnics and the sense of community. I do think it really bonded everyone. I wish we could have shot all in order, but no, we did not. We cross-boarded 4 hours, and then 2, and then 1, the last one, the finale. But it does shift tonally quite a bit.
Lily, what was your research like when you were first looking at the scripts and the character? What kind of deep dive did you do into Betty Gore?
Oh gosh, as deep a dive as I could. And something that's so remarkable about her is, you know, she was, when they were in Kansas, she was kind of a golden girl. She was more like Candy in her sort of the previous chapter of her life. She had a smile that everyone talked about, and I think she got a lot of Valentines. And you know, she had it's from everything I read, she had a kind of ease in her life, and it goes away. And I was so compelled by this feeling of, you know, I think she feels sort of relentlessly unsafe. And in trying to get to a place of safety and connection, she actually continues to isolate herself further and further. And the pain of that, and sort of walking that line of trying so hard to connect because you just don't want to be alone and you don't want to feel sort of on this island. But the way that she's kind of reaching out, I think it can be for people something that they don't quite know how to handle it, and so I think in turn they handle her. And I was just that shift in her life, and you know, they're not from Texas, so trying to find your way in this new place and trying to fit in, but really going in the opposite direction. I was so interested in that, and I loved everything that I got to learn about her.
Leslie, you were talking about how the guys play such interesting roles too, and the thing that I love, and you'll see this more as the series goes on, but for Patrick and Jesse especially, your characters don't have large personalities. You know, they're very quiet in the beginning, but there's so many layers, especially that start to come out as the series unfolds. So what intrigued you about your characters, especially because they are in the beginning just very quiet, and it's kind of the wife that is the one that's taking charge. So what intrigued you about Pat and Alan, respectively?
I mean, I thought we were a couple cool guys.
You are. You're just more quiet.
I thought we were hunks. Yeah.
I like how much Patrick has to laugh in the first episode at things. That was so great. So tell me about playing your role.
Noxious laughter.
And finding those layers, especially as the episodes go on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was one of the things that drew me to Alan, was that he is a bit of an enigma, and the fact that Candy sees something in him is really intriguing, and I think also kind of awakened a part of him in some way. I think when we meet him, you know, he's very much devoted to his community, to his family, and obviously struggling to connect with his wife. But yeah, I think in Candy sort of seeming to desire him, it sort of snapped him out of this sleepwalking that he had kind of been for a while. And I think too, the relationship with Betty, you know, I do think there was so much love there, and so much baggage, and I think the more she was trying to kind of shake him awake, the more he probably felt like, you know, I have no idea how to do anything right, and so he just kind of completely withdrew, you know. But yeah, he was a very, very interesting guy.
with a great haircut.
With a great hairdo.
And a leather jacket, pleather jacket.
Patrick, how about for you?
Yeah, I mean, when I read it, there was a good communication from David and his writing in terms of the sort of mechanism that he wants Pat to serve as in the story for Candy, as a sounding board and a sort of context to the new premise she creates after Jackie Ponder leaves and she decides she's going to go for this. So she checks in with Pat like, can I still do this? And he's doing his fucking thing. And not attending to himself and not attending to the partnership. And it's an interesting initial read because he also layers in a lot of more complexity and more substance to the guy. And it kind of revolves for me around what it is Pat and Candy have that we like and what it is he's overlooking and what we don't like. Because I felt like we needed to kind of root for them as a couple. Like we have to doubt Candy's choice, but then we also have to understand it too. Like he's just milquetoast enough that like it makes sense that she's kind of like, you know, the snuggling up and snuggle puss, that whole thing. But then we also see that they do have a rapport, they do have something fun and electric that persists from earlier on in the relationship, but is clearly not enough, clearly not intimate enough. So all of that kind of amounts to a fairly complex character. It's frustrating for me to see Pat doing those things, but like super interesting to like dive in on the day, commit to them, stuff like that.
There is something that there's an image that I think we were more than halfway through shooting. That was in a news article clipping that we end up trying to match later on in the show, and we have so many images of Pat and Candy and some video footage of them entering and exiting court, and that's kind of what we're going off of. At least like retro, we're trying to work backwards in a way in our show from those moments. And this photo is taken, and we see they look like heavy, like emotionally like heavy, and I don't know how else to describe the images of them going in and out of trial, but like it's super tense. And like drab, and this photo is taken right after the acquittal, and they look sexy, but they're wearing the same outfits and they're in the same clothes, but there's like it's like two totally different people. They don't even look like any other image we've seen of them. Yeah. It was so shocking, and it made us realize that this is what was presented in the trial, which I'm sorry comes later. But there is something they're presenting in order to help tell their story.
Yes.
And then there's like an honesty capture that was the only image we had of them in that kind of relationship. And it seemed like a different element than what we present at the beginning, because we have to get somewhere. But anyway, it was an interesting photo. Like a photo can really tell so much about.
And we had to stage it. We had to basically take the same photo in camera.
Exactly.
So it was super interesting. Like this crazy journey from where they start to where they end up. You know?
Yeah.
You mentioned something, Jessica, about the humor, but the humor, I mean, it was all based on what actually happened. So we didn't create that. It comes out of circumstance. Hopefully never laughing at these characters. We love these characters, but you know, the beginning of the affair between Alan and Candy, they talked about it for months. I mean, that is absolutely in the story. They got together and ate lasagna and wrote the list of do's and don'ts to have a safe affair so no one will get hurt. And we copied that list from the book. So many of the things that are humorous about it are what happened in the story, and that to me is that we humans are so complicated, you know. And you know, with Alan and Betty going to Marriage Encounter, it did really take place at Dunphy's Royal Inn on Northwest Highway in Dallas. Now that's torn down, but it looks like you're having this like therapy session, couples therapy in medieval times. So as a director, I would never put them in that circumstance if it wasn't true.
By the way, I was asking Leslie last week because I didn't know about this story at all. This was all brand new to me. I hadn't read the Texas Monthly articles until after I finished the series. If you haven't yet, don't do a deep dive. Like, go on this ride first, and then you can go look at it because it's so enjoyable to see how it just plays out. And you won't believe half of what happens. Like, how could this be real? And yet it was. And that, I mean, you guys do it so beautifully to explain that. Kristen, I want to bring you into the conversation and have you talk about the friendship with Lizzie's character Candy, because thank God for Shelley Kleckler, otherwise.
Sherry
Kleckler. I feel like she should open like a chicken shack or something, like Kleckler's Chicken. I don't know.
But, great idea.
Yeah. But talk to me about that friendship and what she served for Candy.
Yeah, so I was so thrilled to work with Lizzie Olsen, first of all, because she is heaven, as you guys just watched. And when I talked to David E. Kelley, it was really important to him that Sherry was her ear, and this was the safe space where we would really learn the truth about Candy and what was going on with her inner workings. And Sherry is a fierce, loyal friend who really is the only person who stands by her through to the end. She watches her kids when she goes to trial. And David really wanted Sherry to have some levity in the story, and it was important to him and to Leslie that this character was a little bit of a breath of fresh air and otherwise a pretty dark story. So that was fun for me. I kind of tried to play her like she's just had like a little bit of vodka all the time. And since she's like the town beautician and like has her own business and like has her own things going on, I got to just play her a little bit, like, you know, a little something. It was really fun for me.
It's like, this is where they get, what's the saying, the higher the hair
sort of God.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we were just teasing it up. And that's part of the fun of it too, as an actress. Like, anytime you get to just be full immersion into a different time period, when they were like, let's do red. Okay, let's do it really hot. Okay, let's do 5-inch clogs while we're rolling only, because they hurt. But yeah, that part was really fun too.
Wait till you see Sherry's beauty shop.
Oh yeah. I could do this every week with you guys after every episode to talk about it, because there is so much to unpack. One of the scenes, there are plenty of scenes in the first episode that I want to have you talk about, Leslie, just directing it and everything. One of those is the scene in the parking lot, the car with Lizzie and Jesse, where Candy propositions and says, you know, I'm very attracted to you. I want to have an affair, and, you know, I'm thinking to myself, maybe this is why I'm single. I should just be that upfront with a guy next time and be like, do you want to be my boyfriend? Okay. So talk to me about those scenes, what they were like, because they're just, again, you can't believe it really happened, but it did. So talk about doing the scenes with Lizzie and Jesse in the parking lot in the car, because it sets the tone for everything to follow.
You know, I'm working with these two incredible actors and this wonderfully written script. So we had that to start with. And then I have to say, Lizzie and Jesse, they just inhabited all of those moments and allowed the space in between to land, because some of it is not just the conversation, it's the moments there. And I think we just let that be there, you know. And I think there was something about it being in a car rather than outside the car that made it a safe place to be honest. And I think the fact that Alan is so unbelievably honest, you know, I love Betty, you know, and she had an affair, and it's kind of amazing that a guy at this time is, you know, revealing all of this, and that she's so direct, that Candy is so direct in what she wants. So I think the character would never be the same again after that night in the car. Yeah. Do you all have anything to say?
Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the first or the second one?
Well, there's both.
There's the one where she gets in this truck, and then the one after the volleyball game.
Yeah, I was gonna say both. I mean, they're so good. They're so good. Both.
There was something I remember that I don't remember how it was written. This was, probably a year and a half ago. But there is something in David writing in the direction where you're in Alan's point of view, and then like the flash. I don't know if this was in the writing or if this was something we talked about, but it was almost like a horror movie, like when she just like pops in front of the truck.
That actually came from David and I were talking about that moved into Dive Wars.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And so I think that was the thing that I was most excited about that was like the timing with the camera, and our operator was in the back seat, but the car had to turn around at the right point, and I had to get to a right spot to kind of like, it was just that, I think that for some reason is the moment that I enjoyed almost the most, because it's like terror, it's like we're introducing like a horror element, like a surprise thing, and there's something about that terror, even in its like absurdity or like quirky humor, that is terror or whatever, and there's something about that in that scene that I love.
And taking a risk, like she's really taking a risk.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was really exciting.
I remember the first scene after the volleyball game. We shot all of the volleyball stuff during the day, and then started shooting that when it got dark.
It was our first
real
scene together. Yeah, with Kristen.
Yeah. I feel like we got to our coverage at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
something.
So
it wasn't that bad.
I think it was. I think it might have been.
Maybe it was.
But yeah, I remember feeling like, because it was still early on in the shoot, I remember having a very distinct feeling of I have no idea what I'm doing. And then you like get past that, and because of the time and all of it, I think it just reached this, that's kind of what's going on. Neither one of these people know what they're doing, and it did. Leslie just kind of let us play, and I remember I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like we played it many ways, like speed and timing and pauses and no pauses, and it establishes how you work together, really, that kind of playfulness and how many options you're gonna run with.
It's so brilliant. And by the way, Lily, you were telling me backstage it was so great, the scene with you and Jesse in bed where you're instructing him.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about it is it's just a great scene. And it really establishes who these people are and their dynamic. What was it like? Talk about that, because it's just so.
She's very focused on what's happening. She wants, what's amazing. She wanted to have the baby, but she was timing the pregnancy. She wanted to have the baby at midsummer because she didn't want to. She was a teacher and she didn't want to miss any school. So she really wanted to show up. She really wanted to do her job, and he had a job to do in that moment, and she was going to tell him. But I was also like very pregnant at the time, so in the midst of all the thrusting, he was also like on top of my pregnant belly. Like, is everybody okay in there? Like, yeah, we're good.
There was a lot of
Leslie
laughter.
like flying in, making sure my hair wasn't covering part of my eye.
And you were like holding a plank.
But there was a lot of laughing going on during the filming of that scene.
Oh my! I just love squirt. so good. Tom, we have to talk about the final 3 episodes. You guys are in for one hell of a performance. I mean, I keep saying the word riveted, but I was riveted here. The scenes with you and Elizabeth are just absolutely stunning to watch in your performance. What was it like to play this character? I heard a quote that you gave the other day saying this is the most fun you've had in a role. Talk to me a little bit about what it was like when you got to do a deep dive into those scenes with Lizzie.
Yeah, it was the most fun I've ever had. You know, there's something really beautiful about who Don was, and certainly who he is in this story that we're telling, that sort of unapologetic and confident and a straight shooter, and knew what he wanted and went after it. And there's no sort of internal struggle or wrestling with his own demons, you know, and it was very freeing to play that kind of character with, you know, obviously David E. Kelly writing him, and you get in a courtroom, you have David writing it. It's like getting to show off at the talent show, you know. I felt like I was back in high school, just Leslie just probably pulling me back because I was being a bit of a ham because I was having so much fun. Yeah, and the scenes with Lizzie, I mean, you know, I call Lizzie on set Lizzie the Machine because it's incredible. You know, you'll see for yourselves the work she does, but sometimes she was doing it in one take. It would be 10, 15-page scenes that were incredibly intense, and her work was incredible. And you know, it's always a pleasure to work with an actor like her. And I'd say the same thing for this entire cast. Like, honestly, every day, go to work, like, watch people do their scenes, getting to be in scenes with them, just blown away, just like walking around set like a kid, like, man, this is a really good cast. And like, you know, like, I can't wait to see what they do today. Like Lily, when you'll see later, she kind of goes after a character you haven't met yet. And I mean, we would die laughing. We would just be off camera, like, trying not to ruin her takes. It was just fun, man. You know, it was a very fun job.
By the way, you guys pay close attention when maybe it's episode 5, to Don's office desk.
Oh.
It is, like, just pay attention to the detail of this office and this desk. It is so good. I had to pause it and rewinding. I was like the production design is so.
Suzuki Ingerslev did an amazing job. And she's German. Suzuki Ingerslev. I love it. Incredible.
I don't want to give too much away of this one scene, but Lizzie, you have to talk about it because what you do just blew my mind. The hypnosis scene is devastating. What can you say or preview about that without, again, giving too much away? Was that the scariest, most challenging thing you've ever done as an actor, perhaps, and something like that?
It's a hard thing to understand. There is a hypnosis scene that happens in this show because apparently it did happen in this trial, and apparently you can still use hypnosis in trials if both sides agree to it. And I didn't. That was one of the first things I did was ask David for whoever he was using as a resource for hypnosis therapy, and I tried to have a session to understand it, and I certainly wasn't hypnotized, so I was trying to figure out the mindset of people who can fall under hypnosis easily, and for some reason to me it didn't seem like Candy was the type of person, or I certainly hadn't painted her out to be the type of person who can fall under hypnosis easily, but we don't see her at any point actually deal with her anger in any way at this event. And regardless if it were a combo of allowing someone to lead you through a process or whatever it actually was in that room, I had to make a decision that she's making the choice either like really consciously or not. And but she's making the choice to explore this rage that we don't actually see again in the show, and it's this like deep thing that's stuffed down, which I think is a big representation of the place she is in the world. There's so much, the world of this time, like the late 70s, there's so many liberating movements happening in our country and so much progressive thought happening, and these people all chose who are living in the Silicon Prairie, they all chose to hold on to a nuclear family the way they wanted it, that felt dated or traditional at the time, and create literally a new community. And that was the beginning of this community. And I think she was progressive, and there's a tension with her in this town. And I feel like there's like, I don't think about that while I'm acting, but I do think, like, stepping back a bit, there is this anger that I think is that she gets to explore in that for the first time. Sorry, that's a horrible answer for something you guys haven't seen.
But I truly think is why the show succeeds so beautifully, because it is a character study. The murder that happens, while it is interesting in terms of, you know, if you're into true crime, that's also, for me at least, the least interesting thing about this, because it is understanding these characters who, nobody is bad, nobody, you know, like, everybody is just so layered, trying to do the best they can, and you see the unraveling that takes place, and that's what's so beautiful to watch, because everybody is trying to keep it together, like you said.
I love that you get, thank you. I love that you get that from the incredible work of these amazing actors here, because that was the intention.
Yeah, and not to really name names, but I was stunned when you told me this, because, you know, you had been researching and planning the show forever. You were 2 months into it when you found out about another show that was doing something like
We were already filming for 2 months.
For 2 months.
Yeah,
and
that was a surprise.
Yeah, and but the time that you took to develop this right shows in all of these episodes. Truly.
Thank you.
I know we're running out of time, but I want to bring up again, and we can't see too much because you all need to see it for yourself for the last episode. You are an incredible director. Homeland, Mad Men, insane. And you said to me something that stunned me, which was, you're like, I've blown a lot of shit up in my career on shows, but what happens in the finale is the hardest, most painful thing you've ever done. You guys need to, like,
yeah,
unbelievable. What can you say about that experience and what you did?
They haven't
So you haven't seen it, but I want you to put in a preview, because it is, in terms of what was like emotionally for you to do.
Well, I'll talk about it in generalities, but it's about two real women. It is very up close and personal. It was, you know, I guess there are things that happen on the planet that are truly inexplicable, and it's why people go back to look at them over and over. And I think what happened in that room is pretty inexplicable. But working with Lily and Lizzie on that, I mean, we choreographed it. We choreographed it actually from the court testimony. Yeah. And, oh God, Sunday is out there some way, but Sunday Stevens, our producer and first AD, and I acted it out. I don't think I ever showed you this horribly embarrassing video. But we did this to try to figure out from the testimony what happened in there, which was really embarrassing. So hopefully it's destroyed and no one will ever see it. But, you know, working with Lizzie and Lily and choreographing it, storyboarding it, trying to keep everyone safe, because again, it was very emotional. So I don't want to say too much more about it. I do want to address the fact that in the courtroom scenes, Lizzie, I think that your testimony was like 20 pages. It was long. It was long. She did it in like 2 takes. It was unbelievable. And Tom's summation, also the same. It was like, what? They were so incredible that our technical advisor, who was actually Don Crowder's law partner, said that Tom did a better job defending Lizzie than Don did.
That's fantastic. It is a master class in acting.
Yeah.
Every single episode, the performances that you all give and what you deliver is just extraordinary. So finally, I would love for you all to tell me, what do you hope viewers take away from this story at the end of it? What do you hope they walk away thinking?
Never know how to answer that question, because I never actually think about it when I do a job, so it's a hard thing to, I think if I chose to direct or write something, I would have maybe a clearer thing. I just kind of want people to have their own experiences, but so maybe I'm just gonna let someone else answer that.
I'll bounce off of that because when I read the cover sheet, it gives like a summation of the events. This happens, there's this crazy event, and then the trial happens, and this is the result. And I was like, what? Like, how does that happen? That shouldn't have happened, clearly. And everybody I tell about the story, they're like, what? That's how it ends? How does that happen? And then I came up with my own sort of biases about like, well, they're trying to tell the story about this, and they're trying to humanize this or that or whatever. And or sympathize this way or that way. And then when I read the script, I was like, wow, this is so human. This is from a place where we're understanding the events that unfold and the decisions that are made. And so I also don't know how to answer the question most of the time, but this is one case really where the viewer, the observer, kind of takes away what they take away. There's a lot in there that David's put in and that everybody here's put in. So there's a lot to receive from it.
Leslie, do you have an opinion of what you want viewers to feel?
What Patrick said about the humanity, we humans are such complicated and fragile beings, and I think it really is, an American tragedy, the crack in the American dream, and that we all have to somehow take care of our inner selves and each other. And I think there's a lot of humanity in the story.
I didn't want it to end because I wanted to see more of what happens to these characters and how they live their lives and go on, because everybody is so nuanced and there is so much to unpack. It truly, that's a great series when you leave it and you want more. Let's welcome Candy Montgomery herself, Elizabeth Olsen, and Jesse Plemons. You had no idea this was going to be a comedy series panel, did you? Oh my goodness. And finally, she is director and executive producer extraordinaire. Please welcome Leslie Linka Glatter. I don't know if you guys knew what was happening. This has already been my favorite panel I've ever done. I was literally out here for 5 minutes just chatting with everybody, and I'm like, they're doing photos. And then I say to Tom, go back, you're not supposed to come out yet. Like, we're all very close. They're coming over to my house later to watch the rest of the other 2 episodes that have just premiered. I was telling this audience, I feel, I watch so much television for my job, and when I truly love something, it gives me such pride to be able to share that with an audience and all of you. And I love this series so much, and part of me feels a little bad saying it because there is such a tragedy at the heart of it, but what you all did to humanize these people and to just show the layers, it's so beautifully done. So congratulations on premiere day.
Thank you.
No, my pleasure. You all deserve it. I want to start, first of all, we can't say enough about the costume design, the production design, the music that truly gives this show such an established base to start with. What was it like for all of you the first day you saw each other in costume and in hair and makeup? Who wants to go?
Well, I mean, the very first day, I believe, was the camera test.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
And
At the Como.
At the Como.
Our
And
set.
yeah, I was in between both.
But I was there.
In the Como Motel, which is a little fitting and a taste of what was to come.
Yep.
And then the actual first day where we met, the whole cast was all of the church stuff.
Yeah.
And so we were seeing everyone in costume and then seeing their church choir selves as well, which was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. The production design was something that was a really incredible element. Beyond just the set pieces that were built, the amount of towns, first off. I don't know how many towns we shot in to make 2 towns look right.
What about motels?
I mean, motels, there's 3. But we gave lots of places facelifts. I mean, it was really unbelievable to see Suzuki and her team in real places transform these main streets, these motels. I don't remember how much paint was used, but there's like thousands.
Gallons and gallons, because anything that's from 1978 and it hasn't been repaired is in horrible shape. So you have to fix it, and then mostly people change it. But, you know, it was so important to create the world around this story. For me, as a director, creating the world is so much a part of the storytelling. And this is about a community of people. And, you know, I was born in Texas, and there's something about the beauty of the wide open spaces and the possibility. And I think we wanted to have that in the community we were building. Especially, there's a tragedy at the heart.
Right. And Patrick loved Texas so much, he moved there. He was telling me this backstage, you moved to northern Texas, which is incredible.
Yeah, I moved where Jackie Ponder ends up, Wichita Falls. Yeah, which is super random. It's not sexy. Good for family though. That's why we're there.
I remember, Patrick, when you put on those glasses,
Yes.
it's like you became Pat.
That was really, like, the rest of the wardrobe was very informative. The pictures of Pat Montgomery were very informative, how he carried himself, but the glasses were really like, I needed those. I needed them to really, like, your eyes immediately changed. Just like kind of glazed. Slightly.
Well, and Jess, your haircut, I mean,
Oh, Jesse's hair.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
His choice.
Big Daddy.
It's real. And it was one of the smartest choices I've ever seen. I've never seen someone be so specific about a hair choice, and I thought it was an amazing in. I want to hear how you chose
It was a
that.
popular look back
Yeah.
then.
Yes.
In my defense.
Wait, did you choose that?
I did.
You chose that.
There were many ideas, and that's what we ended up with. Yeah.
I love it. And listen, Tom, you went through 2 spray tans a week, right? To play Don?
Sure did. I stayed well lacquered.
I love that.
Yeah, Don would go up to the roof of his law office. We worked with Robert Yudishin, and he was an advisor on the show. Don would go to the roof of his law office every day at lunch and lay out and tan. Unfortunately, when I do that, I get red, and then I return to my original pale state. So I opted for the spray tan.
You guys are in for a real treat when we get to some of Tom's later episodes, which we'll get to in a minute. But Leslie, I want to start with you about why you wanted to work with, of course, I can imagine why you want to work with David E. Kelley and this amazing cast, but what was it about this story that appealed to you that you wanted to bring it to HBO Max?
Well, I was sent the 2 original Texas Monthly stories, and when I read them, I couldn't believe it. I mean, it is certainly a case where reality is much stranger than fiction, and yeah, I think if this story wasn't true, I don't think you could tell this story. I mean, there are so many things about it, and we tried to stay very true to the facts of the story. And meanwhile, David E. Kelley was sent the same story, and we had always wanted to work together. And as he describes it, he's the wordsmith. He says, in our combined 50 years of telling stories, we had never worked together, which is crazy. So this is what brought us together. It's been an incredible partnership, hopefully the first of many. But what pulled me to the story was that things were not what they appear to be. And that what's really going on is so much deeper than that. And, it's 1978. This is small town America. And, it's very bucolic on the surface. It's so much about, the crack in the American dream. But I'm very interested in the women, but also the men who, did everything right. They got married young, they had their 2 kids, they moved to the suburbs to have a safe, beautiful life. And why do you feel so empty inside? Why is there a hole in your heart and psyche and soul that's a mile wide? And I think, Candy, is aspirational. She's looking for more always. And, we know what happens here, but I got to work with this unfucking believable cast. And I love these people here. And sorry, I didn't say that.
No, how long did it take to assemble everybody? Because like you said, this cast is, you guys are stacked. What you do, and you each deserve Emmy nominations for everything that you do in this series. Wait till you see. But how long did it take to get everybody together and get this ready to film?
I mean, we started with the Lizzie, we sent you the first.
You sent me one, I think, and then I
sent you one. That was.
Then I asked for two.
Yeah.
And the articles.
Oh.
And yes, and we talked on Zoom because it was COVID time, and Lizzie was. Everyone sitting here was our first choice, so that's kind of incredible. Yeah. And we talked to Lizzie. She was the first person we talked to, and the best choice ever. So yeah.
So Lizzie, then tell me what intrigued you about playing Candy Montgomery?
I thought that there is this gripping of veneer, this obsessiveness of needing a validation, and then underneath it was also kind of funny. And so I also wasn't paying attention to the fact that it was a true story. I'm sure someone said it in email, but I was looking at the attachments, and I thought the Texas Monthly articles, for whatever reason, I read a lot of short stories in literary magazines, and I thought it was a literary short piece that was, coming from the point of view of like it was a fictional journalist or whatever. I mean, it was interesting actually, because we talked to someone the other day as a cast who works at Texas Monthly, and their what's the word? Their like theme is make it mythic, and the articles are mythic, and so there's a story there that there's a lot of decision making that doesn't make really any kind of logical sense, and so I found it interesting to try and figure out what that tension or that grip is that makes all these weird choices make sense. And I was hoping when I spoke to David and Leslie that they were interested in playing with tone, that it wasn't just like, yes, the dialogue feels authentic, but it wasn't just about like making the most like I don't know, grounded or like super subtle or something. Like there was something playful about the writing, and I was hungry to do something like that. But stay, in a real world that's authentic, yeah.
I'm so glad you brought up the tone, because as Leslie and I were talking the other week on Zoom, I said to you, I was like, it feels like there's multiple different shows in one here, because the tone changes quite I mean, you guys are in for such a treat here with what happens, but the tone, especially in the first few episodes, there's so much humor, and you have to have that in order to balance what's to come. But what was that like for all of you as you were filming the first part of this? First of all, did you film it in order? Or no?
I'm sorry. That sound just came out. We did shoot the church. It was very important to me to create a sense of community among our characters. So we shot everything at the church first. And the singing and the picnics and the sense of community. I do think it really bonded everyone. I wish we could have shot all in order, but no, we did not. We cross-boarded 4 hours, and then 2, and then 1, the last one, the finale. But it.
To break up and soil, to break up and move soil, to break up and move soil, use a tool, a machine, or your hand, To break up and move soil, use it to machine or your hands. Digging the garden is the exercise. Digging the garden is good exercise. Digging the garden is good exercise. To form a hole by moving soil. 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 Digging the garden is good. Digging the garden is good exercise. regarding to the exercise. To break up and move slowly, use a tool or machine or your hands. Digging the garden is good exercise. To form a hole by moving slowly. To form a hole by moving slowly. The aim was to form a hole by moving slowly. Break up and into a tool or machine or your hands. Digging the garden is good exercise. To form a hole by moving slowly. The to form a hole by moving slowly. We cannot stop with the aid without heavy machinery. The power stack will be aid heavy machinery. With that was dig a hole and explore. To break up and move slowly, use it to a machine or your hands. Digging the garden is good exercise. To form a hole by moving slowly, the power stack will be aid heavy machinery. With that was digging a hole and its own. The prisoners are made. The prisoners are made to dig holes and build them again. The prisoners are made to dig hole and fill them in. The prisoners are made to dig holes and fill them in. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. They dug a shallow pit and threw the body into it. They dug a shallow pit and threw the body into it. They dug a shallow pit and threw the body into it. Dug a shallow pit and threw the body into it. Okay, we dug a shallow pit and threw the body into it. We dug a shallow pit and threw the body into it. We dug a shallow pit and threw the body into it. We threw the body into it. Amazing. Premises. The ground are frozen, hard, impossible to. Machinery, aid, tunnel. Oh, answer. No, you don't answer.
Tunnel.
No. Shallow, not deep. Not deep, having only short distance from the top to the bottom. Shallow. Shallow, not deep. Meaning. Shallow. Different meaning. Shallow. Deafness. Shallow water. Coast. Deep water. Shallow water. Shallow. Deep. Deafness. Shallow. Deep. Not deep. Deep. Pit. Place, area. The nut hole in the ground or snag no area in any surface. Pit. Ground. Shallow pit, a hole. Pit, hole. The nut hole in the ground or side or snag no area in any surface. The dark is shallow pit and left to the body pit. The dark is shallow pit and left to the body pit. Left to the body pit and left to the body pit. And left and left the body. They dug a ship and left the body in it. Left the body in it. Left the body in it. Shallow, not deep. Definitely. Coast. Shallow waterway breaks. Transitional waves. Deep water waves. Breaking waves swell. Coast. Sunlight. Sunlight reach about temperature and uniform. Okay, they dug a shallow pit and threw the body into it. They dug a shallow pit and threw the body into it. Search, dig, move soil. Search. To search somewhere. Break up and move soil user to a machine or your hands. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. Head dug into his pocket. And took out a few coins. As it dug deeper into his past. As it dug deeper into his past, I realized that there was okay. Search. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object for information. Head dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. Head dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. He dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. Dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. As I dug deeper into his past, as I dug to search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. He dug into his pocket. He dug into his pocket and he dug into his pocket and took out a few coins. To search somewhere when you are looking for an object or information. As I dug deeper into his past, I realized that there was a lot about his man that I didn't know. Okay, as I dug deeper into his past, found out more about it. I realized that there was a lot about his man that I didn't know. Old-fashioned man. To understand something. To Tonight will understand. Tonight will understand something. Tonight will understand something. Tonight will understand something. Hey, I wanna dig. Hey, I wanna dig those shoes. Hey, I wanna dig those shoes. Tonight will understand something. Hey, I wanna dig those shoes. You dig my mean, man. You dig my mean, man. Okay, approve. Tonight will understand something. Hey, I wanna dig those. Hey, I wanna dig those shoes. You dig my mean, man. Cake. To hit someone or something with their foot. Or to move their feet. Or to move their feet and neck sudden and vent. To hit someone or something with their foot. Or to move their feet and neck sudden and vent. To hit someone or something with their feet, or to move their feet and neck sudden and vent. Extremely or extremely. Vent.哎呀，我说怎么回事？那是这个用错了。In a forceful way that causes people to be hurt. In a forceful way that causes people to be hurt. Sudden and in a forceful way that causes people to be hurt. In a forceful way that causes people to be hurt. To hit someone or something with their foot, or to move their feet and neck suddenly and vent. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. He was accused of kicking a man. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. She felt the body kicking inside her. She felt the body kicking inside her. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. She felt the body kicking inside her. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. She felt the body kicking inside her. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. She felt the body kicking inside her. The hockey player was removed. The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. Okay. I kicked the ball as hard as I could. To hit someone or something with the foot, or to move the feet and leg suddenly and vanished. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. He was accused of kicking a man in the face. She felt the baby kicking inside. The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking an opponent with his skate. If a gun kicks, we jump back. If a gun kicks, we jump back suddenly and with force when they come in fire. If a gun kicks, we jump back. If a gun kicks, we jump back. If a gun kicks, we jump back. If a gun kicks, we jump back, starting with force when the gun is fired. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. When the gun is fired. If a gun kicks, it jumps back suddenly and with force when the gun is fired. The hockey player was removed from the game for kicking his opponent with his skate. To hit some bubble to air, some bubble something with their feet, which move the feet and make sudden and the violence. They was accused someone is wrong. Someone is wrong. Accused. The person who is unwell in accused. To say that someone has done something more illegal or unkind. Okay. Marley. Based on principles that you or people in general consider to be right, so to accept, right? Based on principles that you or people in general consider to be right. Accuse. To say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal, or unkind. To say that someone has done something morally illegal or unkind. To say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal or unkind. To say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal. Illegal or unkind. Narrow. Accuse. To say that someone has done something wrong, illegal, or unkind. Okay. To say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal, or unkind. To say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal, or unkind. To say that something wrong. To say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal, or unkind. Strong verb. Spicy or spicy taste. Try ginger. 4:30、5:30、6:30、2个小时。Okay. You to say that you are very annoyed with yourself. You to say that you think you are stupid. You to say that you are very annoyed with yourself because you have done something stupid or missed a chance. Annoyed, angry. Okay, angry. Annoyed. You to say that you are very annoyed with yourself because you have done something stupid or missed a chance. When I realized what I had done, I could have kicked myself. When I realized what I had done, I could have kicked myself. When I realized what I had done, I could have kicked myself. They must be kicking themselves. They must be kicking themselves for selling their shares too early. I'm kicking myself for not working that out earlier. Okay. Annoyed, angry. I was so annoyed. I was so annoyed with him for turning up late. You need to say that you are very annoyed with yourself because you have something stupid, because you have done something stupid or missed a chance. When I realized what I'd done, I couldn't have kicked myself. When I realized. You need to say. I don't know what I. They must be kicking themselves for saying. They must be kicking themselves for singing their shirt early. They must be kicking themselves for singing their shirt early. I'm kicking myself for not working. Take that from. Yeah. This is my. I'm kicking myself for not working. I'm kicking myself for not working this out early. They must be kicking themselves. They must be kicking themselves for singing their shares too early. When I realized what I'd done, I could have kicked. When I realized what I'd done, I could have kicked myself. 其实吧，他都没选，就不用选。选这个。尼尔200多万，这个100多万。还有200多万。这个就对的 ，kick myself。
Today, in a way, you kind of do that here at NVIDIA too. You were a consumer products company back then, right? It was end consumers who were going to have to pay the money to buy it.
That's right. But we observed that there was a segment of the market where people were, because at the time the PC industry was still coming up and it wasn't good enough. Everybody was clamoring for the next fastest thing. And so if your performance was 10 times higher this year than what was available, there's a whole large market of enthusiasts who we believe would have gone after it. And we were absolutely right, that the PC industry had a substantially large enthusiast market that would buy the best of everything. To this day, it kind of remains true. And for certain segments of the market where the technology is never good enough, like 3D graphics, and we chose the right technology, 3D graphics is never good enough. And we call it, back then, 3D gives us sustainable technology opportunity because it's never good enough, and so your technology can keep getting better. We chose that. We also made the decision to use this technology called emulation. There was a company called ICOS, and on the day that I called them, they were just shutting the company down because they had no customers. And I said, hey, look, I'll buy what you have in inventory, and no promises are necessary. And the reason why we needed that emulator is because if you figure out how much money that we have, if we taped out a chip and we got it back from the fab, and we started working on our software. By the time that we found all the bugs, because we did the software, then we taped out the chip again, well, we would have been out of business already. Yeah. And so I
And
knew
your competitors would have caught up.
Well, not to mention we would have been out of business.
Who cares?
Exactly. And so if you're going to be out of business anyways, that plan obviously wasn't the plan. The plan that companies normally go through, which is, build a chip, write the software, fix the bugs, tape out the new chip, so on and so forth, that method wasn't going to work. And so the question is, if we only had 6 months, and you get to tape out just one time, then obviously you're going to tape out a perfect chip. So I remember having a conversation with our leaders, and they said, but Jensen, how do you know it's going to be perfect? And I said, I know it's going to be perfect, because if it's not, we'll be out of business. And so let's make it perfect. We get one shot. We essentially virtually prototyped the chip by buying this emulator. And Dwight and the software team wrote our software, the entire stack, and ran it on this emulator, and just sat in the lab waiting for Windows to paint. And
it was like 60 seconds for a frame or something like
easily. I actually think that it was an hour per frame, something like that. And so we would just sit there and watch it paint. And so on the day that we decided to tape out, I assumed that the chip was perfect. And everything that we could have tested, we tested in advance. And told everybody, this is it, we're going to tape out the chip, it's going to be perfect. Well, if you're going to tape out a chip and you know it's perfect, then what else would you do? That's actually the good question. If you knew that you hit enter, you taped out a chip, and you knew it was going to be perfect, then what else would you do? Well, the answer, obviously, go to production.
And marketing blitz.
Yeah.
And
just start,
developer
kick everything off. Kick everything off. Because you got a perfect chip. And so we got in our head that we have a perfect chip.
How much of this was you, and how much of this was like your co-founders, the rest of the company, the board? Was everybody telling you were crazy?
No, everybody was clear we had no shot. Not doing it would be crazy. Because
otherwise you might as well go home.
You're going to be out of business anyways. So anything aside from that is crazy. So it seemed like a fairly logical thing, and quite frankly, right now, as I'm describing it, you're probably thinking, yeah, it's pretty sensible.
Well, it worked.
Yeah. And so we take that out and went directly to production.
So is the lesson for founders out there, when you have conviction on something like the Revo 128 or CUDA, go bet the company on it. And this keeps working for you. So it seems like your lesson learned from this is, yes, keep pushing all the chips in, because so far it's worked every time.
No.
How do you think about that?
No. When you push your chips in, I know it's going to work. Notice, we assumed that we taped out a perfect chip. The reason why we taped out a perfect chip is because we emulated the whole chip before we taped it out. We developed the entire software stack. We ran QA on all the drivers and all the software. We ran all the games we had. We ran every VGA application we had. And so when you push your chips in, what you're really doing is when you bet the farm, you're saying, I'm going to take everything in the future, all the risky things, and I'm going to pull it in advance. And that is probably the lesson. And to this day, everything that we can prefetch, everything in the future that we can simulate today, we prefetch it.
We talk about this a lot. We were just talking about this on our Costco episode. You want to push your chips in when you know it's going to work.
So every time we see you make a bet the company move,
Yeah.
you've already simulated it. You know.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that was the case with CUDA?
Yeah. In fact, before there was CUDA, there was CG.
Right.
And so we were already playing with the concept of how do we create an abstraction layer above our chip that is expressible in a higher level language and a higher level expression, and how can we use our GPU for things like CT reconstruction, image processing. We're already down that path, and so there were some positive feedback and some intuitive positive feedback that we think that general purpose computing could be possible. And if you just look at the pipeline of a programmable shader, it is a processor, it is highly parallel, it is massively threaded, and it is the only processor in the world that does that. And so there were a lot of characteristics about programmable shading that would suggest that CUDA has a great opportunity to succeed.
And that is true if there was a large market of machine learning practitioners who would eventually show up and want to do all this great scientific computing and accelerated computing. But at the time when you were starting to invest what is now something like 10,000 person years in building that platform, did you ever feel like, oh man, we might have invested ahead of the demand for machine learning since we're like a decade before the whole world is realizing it?
I guess yes and no. You know, when we saw deep learning, when we saw AlexNet and realized its incredible effectiveness in computer vision, we had the good sense, if you will, to go back to first principles and ask, what is it about this thing that made it so successful? When a new software technology or a new algorithm comes along and somehow leapfrogs 30 years of computer vision work, you have to take a step back and ask yourself, but why? And fundamentally, is it scalable? And if it's scalable, what other problems can it solve? And there were several observations that we made. The first observation, of course, is that if you have a whole lot of example data, you could teach this function to make predictions. Well, what we've basically done is discovered a universal function approximator, because the dimensionality could be as high as you want it to be, and because each layer is trained one layer at a time, there's no reason why you can't make very, very deep neural networks. Okay, so now you just reason your way through, right? Okay, so now I go back to 12 years ago. You can just imagine the reasoning I'm going through in my head, that we've discovered a universal function approximator. In fact, we might have discovered, with a couple more technologies, a universal computer that
and
you can
paying
teach.
attention to the ImageNet competition
Yeah.
every year leading up to this?
Yeah. And the reason for that is because we were already working on computer vision at the time, and we were trying to get CUDA to be a good computer vision system. Or most of the algorithms that were created for computer vision aren't good fit for CUDA. And so when we're sitting there trying to figure it out, all of a sudden AlexNet shows up. And so that was incredibly intriguing. It's so effective that it makes you take a step back and ask yourself, why is that happening? So by the time that you reason your way through this, you go, well, what are the kind of problems in the world where a universal function approximator can solve, right? Well, we know that most of our algorithms start from principled sciences. Okay, you want to understand the causality, and from the causality, you create a simulation algorithm that allows us to scale. Well, for a lot of problems, we kind of don't care about the causality. We just care about the predictability of it. Like, do I really care for what reason you prefer this toothpaste over that? I don't really care the causality. I just want to know that this is the one you want to predict. Do I really care the fundamental cause of somebody who buys a hot dog buys ketchup and mustard? It doesn't really matter. It only matters that I can predict it. It applies to predicting movies, predicting music. It applies to predicting, quite frankly, weather. We understand thermodynamics. We understand radiation from the sun. We understand cloud effects. We understand oceanic effects. We understand all these different things. We just want to know whether we should wear a sweater or not. Isn't that right? Yep. And so causality for a lot of problems in the world doesn't matter. We just want to emulate the system and predict the outcome.
And it can be an incredibly lucrative market if you can predict what the next best performing feed item to serve into a social media feed. Turns out that's a hugely
This is where I
valuable
was going to go with that. I love the examples you pulled.
Yeah.
Toothpaste, ketchup, music, movies.
You realize this. You realize, hang on a second. A universal function approximator, a machine learning system, something that learns from examples, could have tremendous opportunities because just the number of applications is quite enormous. And everything from, obviously, we just talking about commerce all the way to science. And so you realize that maybe this could affect a very large part of the world's industries. Almost every piece of software in the world would eventually be programmed this way. And if that's the case, then how you build a computer and how you build a chip, in fact, can be completely changed. And realizing that the rest of it just comes with, do you have the courage to put your chips behind it?
So that's where we are today, and that's where NVIDIA is today. But I'm curious there's a couple of years after AlexNet, and this is when Ben and I were getting into the technology industry and venture industry ourselves.
I started at Microsoft in 2012.
Yeah.
So right after AlexNet, but before anyone was talking about machine learning.
I get a real or win and lose. I get a real kick. I get a real kick out on win and lose. He was doing stuff just for kicks. Because he thought it was exciting. He was doing stuff just for kicks. Because he thought it was exciting. This strong effect strong or spicy taste. A strong or spicy taste. Try adding ginger or chili give chili. Try ginger or chili. Didn't get it a strong or spicy taste. Try add ginger or try add ginger or chili. Give it a kick. Try adding ginger or chili. Give it a kick. The lovely flavors and delicious. The lovely flavors and delicious. The lovely flavors and delicious cake of nine. The lovely flavors and delicious cake of nine. Will give your taste buds will give the lovely flavors and the delicious cake of nine. Cake of nine will give your taste buds will wake up. The lovely flavors and the delicious cake of nine will give your taste buds. The lovely flavors and the delicious cake of nine will give your taste buds a wake up. The lovely flavors and the delicious cake of nine. The lovely flavors and the delicious cake of nine will give your taste buds a wake up. Lovely flavor and the delicious cake of nine. The lovely flavors and the delicious cake of nine will give your taste buds a wake up. Interest, and your interest, especially one that does not last long. And your interest, especially one that does not last long. As on an exercise kick. As on an exercise kick. As on an exercise kick at the moment. It's on an exercise kick at the moment. It's on exercise kick at the moment. It's on exercise kick at the moment. It's on exercise kick at the moment. Exercise the moment. It's on exercise kick at the moment. And your interest, especially one that does not last long. It's on exercise kick at the moment. It's on exercise kick at the moment. And your interest, especially one that does not last long. It's on exercise kick at the moment. Fantastic. Extremely good. You look fantastic in that dress. You look fantastic in that dress. We had the fantastic. They won the extremely good, extremely fantastic. Extremely good. You look fantastic in that dress. You look fantastic in that dress. I want to do that. I want to do that fantastic. fantastic. Extremely good. You look fantastic, you know. You look fantastic in life. You look fantastic. You look fantastic. You look fantastic in actress. You look fantastic. You look fantastic. Really one day early. Really one day early. We had a fantastic really won the tournament. How fantastic. Okay. 5点嘛，5点，6点7。Okay.
And even the mainstream engineering community.
There were those couple of years there where, to a lot of the rest of the world, these looked like science projects. The technology companies here in Silicon Valley, particularly the social media companies, they were just realizing huge economic value out of this. The Googles, the Facebooks, the Netflixes, etc. And obviously that led to lots of things, including OpenAI a couple of years later. But during those couple of years, when you saw just that huge economic value unlock here in Silicon Valley, how are you feeling during those times?
The first thought was, of course, reasoning about how we should change our computing stack. The second thought is, where can we find earliest possibilities of use? If we were to go build this computer, what would people use it to do? And we were fortunate that working with the world's universities and researchers was innate in our company, because we were already working on CUDA, and CUDA's early adopters were researchers, because we democratized supercomputing. You know, CUDA is not just used, as you know, for AI. CUDA is used for almost all fields of science. Everything from molecular dynamics to imaging, CT reconstruction, to seismic processing, to, you know, weather simulations, quantum chemistry, the list goes on, right? And so the number of applications of CUDA in research was very high. And so when the time came and we realized that deep learning could be really interesting, it was natural for us to go back to the researchers and find every single AI researcher on the planet and say, how can we help you advance your work? And that included Jan LeCun and Andrew Ng and Jeff Hinton, and that's how I met all these people. And I used to go to all the AI conferences, and that's where, you know, I met Ilya Sutskever there for the first time.
Yeah.
And so it was really about, at that point, what are the systems that we can build and the software stacks we can build to help you be more successful, to advance the research? Because at the time, it didn't look like a toy. But we had confidence that even GAN, the first time I met Goodfellow, the GAN was like 32 by 32. And it was just a, you know, blurry image of a cat, you know. But how far can it go? And so we believed in it. We believed that, one, you could scale deep learning, because obviously it's trained layer by layer, and you could make the data sets larger, and you could make the models larger, and we believed that if you made that larger and larger, it would get better and better. Yeah, kind of sensible. And I think the discussions and the engagements with the researchers was the exact positive feedback system that we needed. I would go back to research. That's where it all happened.
When OpenAI was founded in 2015, I mean, that was such an important moment. That's obvious today now, but at the time, I think most people, even people in tech, were like, what is this?
Yeah.
Were you involved in it at all? Like, because you were so connected to the researchers, to Ilya, taking that talent out of Google, Facebook, to be blunt, but reseeding the research community and opening it up was such an important moment. Were you involved in it at all?
I wasn't involved in the founding of it, but I knew a lot of the people there, and Elon, of course, I knew, and Peter Beal was there, and Ilya was there, and we have some great employees today that were there in the beginning. And I knew that they needed this amazing computer that we were building, and we're building the first version of the DGX, which today when you see a Hopper, it's 70 pounds, 35,000 parts, 10,000 amps, but DGX, the first version that we built, was used internally, and I delivered the first one to OpenAI, and that was a fun day. But most of our success was aligned around, in the beginning, just about helping the researchers get to the next level. I knew it wasn't very useful in its current state, but I also believed that in a few clicks, it could be really remarkable. And that belief system came from the interactions with all these amazing researchers, and it came from just seeing the incremental progress. At first, the papers were coming out every 3 months, and then papers today are coming out every day, right? So you could just monitor the archive papers, and I took an interest in learning about the progress of deep learning, and to the best of my ability, read these papers. And you could just see the progress happening, in real time, exponentially real time.
It even seems like within the industry, from some researchers we spoke with, it seemed like no one predicted how useful language models would become when you just increase the size of the models. They thought, there has to be some algorithmic change that needs to happen. But once you cross that 10 billion parameter mark, and certainly once you cross the 100 billion, they just magically got much more accurate, much more useful, much more lifelike. Were you shocked by that the first time you saw a truly large language model? And do you remember that feeling?
Well, my first feeling about the language model was how clever it was to just mask out words and make it predict the next word. It's self-supervised learning at its best. We have all this text, I know what the answer is. I'll just make you guess it. And so my first impression of BERT was really how clever it was. And now the question is, how can you scale that? The first observation on almost everything is interesting, and then try to understand intuitively why it works. And then the next step, of course, is from first principles, how would you extrapolate that?
Yep.
And so obviously we knew that BERT was going to be a lot larger. Now, one of the things about these language models is it's encoding information, isn't that right? It's compressing information. And so within the world's languages and text, there's a fair amount of reasoning that's encoded in it. We describe a lot of reasoning things, and so if you were to say that few-step reasoning is somehow learnable from just reading things, I wouldn't be surprised. For a lot of us, we get our common sense and we get our reasoning ability by reading. And so why wouldn't a machine learning model also learn some of the reasoning capabilities from that? And from reasoning capabilities, you could have emergent capabilities. Right? Emergent abilities are consistent with intuitively from reasoning. And so some of it could be predictable, but still, it's still amazing. The fact that it's sensible doesn't make it any less amazing.
Right.
I could visualize literally the entire computer and all the modules in a self-driving car. And the fact that it's still keeping lanes makes me insanely happy. And so
I even remember that from my first operating systems class in college, when I finally figured out all the way from programming language to the electrical engineering classes, bridged in the middle by that OS class. I'm like, I think I understand how the von Neumann computer works soup to nuts. And it's still a miracle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When you put it all together, it's still a miracle.
Now is a great time to talk about one of our favorite companies, StatSig, and we have some tech history for you.
Yes. So in our NVIDIA Part 3 episode, we talked about how the AI research teams at Google and Facebook drove incredible business outcomes with cutting-edge ML models. And these models powered features like the Facebook newsfeed, Google Ads, and the YouTube Next Video recommendation, in the process transforming Google and Facebook into the juggernauts that we know today. And while we talked all about the research, we didn't touch on how these models were actually deployed.
Yeah, the most common way to deploy new models was through experimentation, A/B testing. when the research team created a new model, product engineers would deploy the model to a subset of users and measure the impact of the model on core product metrics. Great experimentation tools transformed the machine learning development process. They de-risked releases since each model could be released to a small set of users. They sped up release cycles. Researchers could suddenly get quick feedback from real user data, and most importantly, they created a pragmatic, data-driven culture since researchers were rewarded for driving actual product improvements. And over time, these experimentation tools gave Facebook and Google a huge edge because they really became a requirement for leading ML teams.
Yeah. So now you're probably thinking, well, that's great for Facebook and Google, but my team can't build out our own internal experimentation platform. Well, you don't have to, thanks to StatSig. So StatSig was literally founded by ex-Facebook engineers who did all this. They've built a best-in-class experimentation, feature flagging, and product analytics platform that's available to anyone. And surprise, surprise, a ton of AI companies are now using StatSig to improve and deploy their models, including OpenAI and Anthropic.
Yep, so whether you're building with AI or not, StatSig can help your team ship faster and make better data-driven product decisions. They have a very generous free tier and a special program for venture-backed companies, simple pricing for enterprises, and no seat-based fees. If you're in the acquired community, there's a special offer. You get 5 million free events a month and white glove onboarding support, so visit statsig.com/acquired and get started on your data-driven journey.
We have some questions we want to ask you. Some are cultural about NVIDIA, but others are generalizable to company building broadly. And the first one that we wanted to ask is, we've heard that you have 40 plus direct reports and that this org chart works a lot differently than a traditional company org chart. Do you think there's something special about NVIDIA that makes you able to have so many direct reports, not worry about coddling or focusing on career growth of your executives, and you're like, no, you're just here to do your freaking best work and the most important thing in the world, now go.
Mm-hmm.
A, is that correct? And B, is there something special about NVIDIA that enables that?
I don't think it's something special with NVIDIA. I think that we had the courage to build a system like this. NVIDIA's not built like a military, it's not built like the armed forces, where you have generals and colonels. We're not set up like that. We're not set up in a command and control and information distribution system from the top down. We're really built much more like a computing stack. And a computing stack, the lowest layer is our architecture, and then there's our chip, and then there's our software, and on top of it there are all these different modules, and each one of these layers of modules are people. And so the architecture of the company, to me, is a computer with a computing stack with people managing different parts of the system. And who reports to whom, your title is not related to anywhere you are in the stack. It just happens to be who is the best at running that module on that function on that layer. It is in charge, and that person is the pilot in command. And so that's one characteristic. And,
Have you always thought about the company this way? Even from the earliest days?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And the reason for that is because your organization should be the architecture of the machinery of building the product. Right?
Yeah,
That's what a company is.
Yep.
And yet, everybody's company looks exactly the same, but they all do different things. How does that make any sense? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How you make fried chicken versus how you make full burgers versus how you make, Chinese fried rice is different. And so why would the machinery, why would the process be exactly the same? And so it's not sensible to me that if you look at the org charts of most companies, it all kind of looks like this. And then you have one group that's for a business, and you have another for another business, you have another for another business, and they're all kind of supposedly autonomous. And so none of that stuff makes any sense to me. It just depends on what is it that we're trying to build, and what is the architecture of the company that best suits to go build it. So that's number one. In terms of information system and how do you enable collaboration, we kind of wired up like a neural network. And the way that we say is that there's a phrase in the company called mission is the boss. And so we figure out what is the mission, and we go wire up the best skills and the best team, the best resources to achieve that mission. And it cuts across the entire organization in a way that doesn't make any sense, but it looks like a little bit like a neural network.
And when you say mission, do you mean mission like NVIDIA's mission is? Yeah, okay, so it's not like
further accelerated computing.
No.
It's like we're shipping
Build
DGX
Hopper.
Cloud.
Build Hopper, or somebody else's build a system for Hopper. Somebody is build CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is build cuDNN for CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is the mission, right? So your mission is to do something.
What are the trade-offs associated with that versus the traditional structure?
The downside is the pressure on the leaders is fairly high. And the reason for that is because in a command and control system, the person who you reports to has more power than you. And the reason why they have more power than you is because they're closer to the source of information than you. In our company, the information is disseminated fairly quickly to a lot of different people. It's usually at a team level. So for example, just now I was in a robotics meeting, and we're talking about certain things and we're making some decisions. And there are new college grads in the room, there's 3 vice presidents in the room, there's 2 E-staffs in the room, and at the moment that we decided together, we reasoned through some stuff, we made a decision, everybody heard it at exactly the same time. So nobody has more power than the other. Does that make sense? The new college grad learned at exactly the same time as the East.
Okay, actually good. You look fantastic in that dress. You look fantastic in that dress. You look fantastic in that dress. We had a fantastic time. They won the tournament. We won the tournament. How fantastic! More examples. The camera work in some of these animals. The camera work in some of these animals. Documentary. The camera work in some of these animals. Documentary is fantastic. The camera work in some of these animals documentary is fantastic. Okay. The camera work in some of these animals documentary. The camera work in some of these the camera work in some of these animals documentary is fantastic. The camera work in some of these animals documentary is fantastic. Documentary is fantastic. Don't miss out on the fantastic bargains. Don't miss out on the fantastic bargains. Don't miss out on the fantastic bargains. Don't miss out on the fantastic bargain in our summer sale. She's a fantastic all-around sportswoman. 让我想一想，这到6点半吧，5点吧，6点半。A fantastic amount is a word that she must be earning. Don't miss out on the fantastic bargains in our summer sale. She's a fantastic all-round sportswoman. That was a fantastic goal. Don't miss out on the fantastic bargains in our summer sale. She's a fantastic all-round sportswoman. That was a fantastic goal. We had a fantastic meal at the new restaurant. That was a fantastic goal. That was a fantastic goal. We had a fantastic meal at the new restaurant. We had a fantastic meal at the new restaurant. Not real, strange or imaginary. Strange or imaginary were not reasonable. Strange and imaginary. Or not reasonable. Okay, not reasonable. Strange and imaginary or not unreasonable. Had two fantastic animals with two heads and large wings. Had two fantastic animals with two heads and large wings. That was a fantastic goal. We had a fantastic meal at the new restaurant. Now strange and imaginary. Strange and imaginary were not reasonable. Had two fantastic animals with two heads and large wings. Strange and imaginary were not reasonable. Strange and imaginary and were not reasonable. Strange or imaginary. Strange or imaginary were not reasonable. Had two fantastic animals with two heads and large wings. A fantastic animal is world renowned. She must be earning a fantastic amount of knowledge. A fantastic amount is world renowned. She must be earning a fantastic amount of money. Had two fantastic animals with two heads and not wings. A fantastic amount of is world knowledge. She must be earning a fantastic amount of money. Expression. The act of saying what you think. The act of saying what you think, or showing how you feel, use words or actions. The act of saying what you think, or showing how you feel, use word, or showing how you feel, use the words or actions. Expressing out. He wrote her a poem as an expression of his love. We've received a lot of expressions of support for our campaign. We've received a lot of expressions of support for our campaign. Right. doing something. Okay, doing something. A planet group of expression. I see. A planet group of especially political. Support. Agree with inclined to someone because of you with him or states my father. To agree with and give to agree with and give encouragement. To agree with and give encouragement to someone or something because you want him, her, or it to succeed.我们这是3种，就要这样的。为什么？所以。To agree with and give encouragement to someone or something because you want him, her, or it to succeed, To agree with work and to agree with and to agree with and give encouragement to someone or something because you want him, her, or it to succeed. Or it to succeed. My first report, okay. I said another. We received another experience report for our campaign. A planet group of special political, business, military activity that are intended to achieve a particular aim. The protests were part of their campaign against the protests were part of their campaigns against the proposed building development in the area. This is the latest act. This is the latest act of the terrorists in a long-standing and ruling campaigns of violence. campaign. A planned group of especially political, business, or military activities that are intended to achieve a particular aim. We've received a number of expressions and support for our We've received a number of expressions of support for our campaign. Freedom of expression. Okay. Another of expressions of support for our campaign. Freedom of expression is a basic human right. Freedom of expression is a basic human right. It's better to give expression. It's better to give expression to anger, rather than hiding it. Give expression to. It's better to give expression your anger. It's better to give expression rather than hiding it. It's better to give expression to your anger rather than hiding it. It's better to give. Okay, it's better to give expression to you. It's better to give expression to your anger. It's better to give expression to your anger rather than hiding it. Fun expression. His sadness at the death his wife found expression in his music. Fun expression. Give expression to. It's better to give expression to. It's better to give expression to you. It's better to give expression to your anger rather than hiding it. Fun expression. His sadness at the death. His sadness at the death his wife found expression in his music. His sadness at the death his wife found expression in his music. His sadness at the death of his wife found expression in his music. His sadness at the death of his wife found expression in his music. He plays the violin with great expression. Okay. He plays the violin with great expression. He plays the violin with great expression. She plays the violin with great expression. She plays the violin with great expression. Okay. She plays the violin with great expression. Okay. She plays the violin with great expression. His sadness at the death of his wife found expression in his music. She plays the violin with great expression. He plays the violin with great expression. She plays the violin with great expression. Plays the violin with great expression. She plays the violin with great expression. She plays the violin with great expression. His sadness at the death of his wife found expression in his music. his sadness at the death of his wife found expression in his music. Found expression. His sadness at the death of his wife found expression in his music. She plays the violin with great expression. She plays the violin with great expression. They look on someone's face, showing what they feel or think. They look on someone's face, showing what they feel or think. They look on someone's face, showing what they feel or think. Okay, it's not at the death of his wife found expression in his music. He plays the violin with great expression. They look on someone's face, showing what they feel or think. They look on someone's face, showing what they feel or think. I could tell. They look on someone's face, showing what they feel or think. I could tell from her expression. I could tell from his expression that something serious had happened. Mark always has such a Mark always has such a measurable expression on his face. I could tell from her expression that something serious had happened. Mark always has such a measurable expression on his face. Mark always has such a measurable expression on his face. For example, I could tell from his grim expression that the deal is not good. 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 He listened to the music with an expression of pure rapture on his face. Pure rapture on his face. Pure rapture on his face. Pure rapture. Rapture. That makes the failure. Camping. Very unhappy. Okay. Mark always had such a measurable expression on his face. More examples. I could tell from his grim expression that the deal is not good. I could tell from his grim expression that the deal is not good. He listened to the music with an expression of pure rapture on his face. Pure rapture on his face. He listened to the music with an expression of pure rapture on his face. I could tell miserable, very unhappy, grim, without hope, extremely bad, very without hope, extremely bad, without hope. I could tell from his grim that the deal is not good. I could tell from his I could tell from his grim expression that the news not good. I could tell from his grim expression that the news not good. I could tell from his grim expression that the news not good. That the news not good. He listened to the music. He listened to the music with an expression of pure rapture on his face. I could tell from his grim expression that the news not good. I could tell from his grim expression that the news not good. He listened to the music with an expression of pure rapture on his face. Mark always has such a miserable expression on his face. I can tell from his grim. I could tell from his grim expression that the news not good. Okay. He listened to the music with an expression of pure rapture. Rapture, extremely pleasure and happiness or excitement, extremely pleasure and happiness or excitement, extremely pleasure and happiness or excitement. He listened to the music with an expression of pure rapture on his face. She looked at him with a surprise. She looked at him with a surprised expression. She looked at him with a surprised expression on her face.
And so the executive staff and the leaders that work for me and myself, you earn the right to have your job based on your ability to reason through problems and helping other people succeed. And it's not because you have some privileged information that I knew the answer was 3.7 and only I knew,
Right.
Everybody knew.
When we did our most recent episode of Video Part 3 that we just released, we sort of did this thought exercise, especially over the last couple of years. Your product shipping cycle has been very impressive, especially given the level of technology that you are working with and the difficulty of this all. We sort of said, could you imagine Apple shipping 2 iPhones a year?
And we said that for illustrative purposes.
For illustrative purposes, not to pick on Apple.
A large tech company shipping 2 flagship products, or their flagship product twice per year.
Yeah, or 2 WWDCs a year.
Yeah.
There seems to be something.
You can't really imagine that, whereas that happens here. Are there other companies, either current or historically, that you look up to, admire, maybe took some of this inspiration from?
In the last 30 years, I've read my fair share of business books. And as in everything you read, you're supposed to first of all enjoy it, right? Enjoy it, be inspired by it, but not to adopt it. That's not the whole point of these books. The whole point of these books is to share their experiences. And you're supposed to ask, what does it mean to me in my world? And what does it mean to me in the context of what I'm going through? What does this mean to me in the environment that I'm in? And what does this mean to me in what I'm trying to achieve? And what does this mean to NVIDIA in the age of our company and the capabilities of our company? And so you're supposed to ask yourself, what does it mean to you? And then from that point, being informed by all these different things that we're learning, we're supposed to come up with our own strategies. What I just described is kind of how I go about everything. You're supposed to be inspired and learn from everybody else, and And the education's free, you know. When somebody talks about a new product, you're supposed to go listen to it. You're not supposed to ignore it. You're supposed to go learn from it. And it could be a competitor, it could be an adjacent industry, it could be nothing to do with us. The more we learn from what's happening out in the world, the better. But then you're supposed to, you know, what does this mean to us?
Yeah, you don't just want to imitate them.
That's right.
Yeah. I love this tee up of learning but not imitating, and learning from a wide array of sources. There's this sort of unbelievable third element, I think, to what NVIDIA has become today, and that's the data center. It's certainly not obvious. I can't reason from AlexNet and your engagement with the research community and you know, social media feed recommenders to you deciding and the company deciding we're going to go on a 5-year all-in journey on the data center. How did that happen?
Our journey to the data center happened, I would say, almost 17 years ago. I'm always being asked, I mean, what are the challenges that the company could see someday? And I've always felt that the fact that NVIDIA's technology is plugged into a computer, and that computer has to sit next to you because it has to be connected to a monitor, that will limit our opportunities someday, because there are only so many desktop PCs that plug a GPU into. And there's only so many CRTs and the time LCDs that we could possibly drive. So the question is, wouldn't it be amazing if our computer doesn't have to be connected to the viewing device, that the separation of it made it possible for us to compute somewhere else? And one of our engineers came and showed it to me one day, and it was really capturing the frame buffer, encoding it into video, and streaming it to a receiver device, separating computing from the viewing.
In many ways, that's cloud gaming, like 18 years ago.
In fact, that was when we started GFN. We knew that GFN was going to be a journey that would take a long time, because you're fighting all kinds of problems, including the speed of light. And
latency everywhere you look.
That's right.
For listeners, GFN, GeForce Now.
GeForce Now. Yeah, GeForce Now. And we've been working on GeForce Now.
It all makes sense. Your first cloud product.
That's right. And look at GeForce Now. It was NVIDIA's first data center product. And our second data center product was remote graphics, putting our GPUs in the world's enterprise data centers, which then led us to our third product, which combined CUDA plus our GPU, which became a supercomputer, which then worked towards, you know, more and more and more. And the reason why it's so important is because the disconnection between where NVIDIA's computing is done versus where it's enjoyed, if you can separate that, your market opportunity explodes.
Yeah.
And it was completely true. And so we're no longer limited by the physical constraints of the desktop PC sitting by your desk. You know, and we're not limited by one GPU per person. And so it doesn't matter where it is anymore. And so that was really the great observation.
It's a good reminder. You know, the data center segment of NVIDIA's business to me has become synonymous with how's AI going, and that's a false equivalence. And it's interesting that you were only this ready to sort of explode in AI in the data center because you had 3+ previous products where you learned how to build data center computers.
Exactly.
Even though those markets weren't these like gigantic, world-changing technology shifts the way that AI is, that's how you learn.
Yeah, that's right. You want to pave the way to future opportunities. You can't wait until the opportunity is sitting in front of you for you to reach out for it. And so you have to anticipate. You know, our job as CEOs to look around corners and anticipate where will opportunities be someday. And even if I'm not exactly sure what and when, how do I position the company to be near it? To be just standing kind of near under the tree, and we can do a diving catch when the apple falls. You guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you got to be close enough to do the diving catch.
Yeah. Rewind to 2015 and OpenAI. If you hadn't been laying this groundwork in the data center, you wouldn't be powering OpenAI right now.
Yeah, but the idea that computing will be mostly done away from the viewing device, that the vast majority of computing will be done away from the computer itself, that insight was good. In fact, cloud computing, everything about today's computing is about separation of that. And by putting it in a data center, we can overcome this latency problem, meaning you're not going to overcome speed of light. Speed of light end to end is only 120 milliseconds or something like that. It's not that long.
from a data center to a internet
anywhere
user.
on the planet.
Yeah.
And so we could.
I see.
if
And
we-
literally across the planet.
Yeah, right. So if you could solve that problem, approximately something like that. I forget the number, but it's 70 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds. But it's not that long. And so my point is, if you could remove the obstacles everywhere else, then speed of light should be, perfectly fine. And you could build data centers as large as you like, and you could do amazing things. And this little tiny device that we use as a computer, or your TV as a computer, whatever computer, they can all instantly become amazing. And so that insight, 15 years ago was a good one.
So speaking of the speed of light, InfiniBand.
Yeah.
Like David's like begging me to go here. Can
I was
feel
at
it.
the same time.
You totally saw that InfiniBand would be way more useful way sooner than anyone else realized.
Yeah.
Acquiring Mellanox, I think you uniquely saw that this was required to train large language models, and you were super aggressive in acquiring that company. Why did you see that when no one else saw that?
Well, there were several reasons for that. First, if you want to be a data center company, building the processing chip isn't the way to do it. A data center is distinguished from a desktop computer versus a cell phone, not by the processor in it.
Yeah.
A desktop computer in a data center uses the same CPUs, uses the same GPUs, apparently, right? Very close. And so it's not the chip, it's not the processing chip that describes it, but it's the networking of it, it's the infrastructure of it, it's the, how the computing is distributed, how security is provided, how networking is done, so on and so forth. And so those characteristics are associated with Mellanox, not NVIDIA. And so the day that I concluded that really NVIDIA wants to be build computers of the future, and computers of the future are going to be data centers, embodied in data centers, then if we want to be data center oriented company, then we really need to get into networking. And so that was one. The second thing is observation that whereas cloud computing started in hyperscale, which is about taking commodity components, a lot of users, and virtualizing many users on top of one computer, AI is really about distributed computing, where one training job is orchestrated across millions of processors. And so it's the inverse of hyperscale almost. And the way that you design a hyperscale computer with off-the-shelf commodity Ethernet, which is just fine for Hadoop, it's just fine for search queries, it's just fine for all of those things.
But not when you're sharding a model across.
Not when you're sharding a model across, right? And so that observation says that the type of networking you want to do is not exactly Ethernet, and the way that we do networking for supercomputing is really quite ideal. And so the combination of those two ideas, convinced me that Mellanox is absolutely the right company, because they're the world's leading high performance networking company, and we've worked with them in so many different areas in high performance computing already. Plus, I really like the people. The Israel team is world class. We have some 3,200 people there now, and it was one of the best strategic decisions I ever made.
When we were researching, particularly part 3 of our NVIDIA series, we talked to a lot of people, and many people told us the Mellanox acquisition is one of, if not the best of all time by any technology company.
I think so too, yeah. And it's so disconnected from the work that we normally do, it was surprising to everybody.
But framed this way, you were standing near where the action was, so you could figure out as soon as that Apple sort of becomes available to purchase, like, oh, LLMs are about to blow up. I'm going to need that. Everyone's going to need that. I think I know that before anyone else does.
Yeah. You want to position yourself near opportunities. You don't have to be that perfect. You want to position yourself near the tree. And even if you don't catch the apple before it hits the ground, so long as you're the first one to pick it up. You want to position yourself close to the opportunities. And so that's kind of a lot of my work, is positioning the company near opportunities, and having the company having the skills to monetize each one of the steps along the way, so that we can be sustainable.
What you just said reminded me of a great aphorism from Buffett and Munger, which is, it's better to be approximately right than exactly wrong.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
All right, listeners, we are here to tell you about a company that literally couldn't be more perfect for this episode, Crusoe.
Yes, Crusoe, as you know by now, is a cloud provider built specifically for AI workloads and powered by clean energy. And NVIDIA is a major partner of Crusoe. Their data centers are filled with A100s and H100s. And as you probably know, with the rising demand for AI, there's been a huge surge in the need for high-performing GPUs, leading to a noticeable scarcity of NVIDIA GPUs in the market. Crusoe has been ahead of the curve and is among the first cloud providers to offer NVIDIA's H100s at scale. They have a very straightforward strategy to create the best AI cloud solution for customers using the very best GPU hardware on the market that customers ask for, like NVIDIA, and invest heavily in an optimized cloud software stack.
Yep. To illustrate, they already have several customers already running large-scale generative AI workloads on clusters of NVIDIA H100 GPUs, which are interconnected with 3200 gigabit InfiniBand and
Synucleated with a surprise expression and curve phrase. Modernist 6 to find new forms of express and reject the traditional or accepted ideas. In this rule, Durant is able to give full expression. In this role, Durant is able to give full expression to that wonderful very voice. She looked at him with a surprised expression on her face. Modernist seeks to find new forms of expression and rejects traditional or accepted ideas. Reject traditional, not change. Old people not change, and people are not change principles. Outcasting and not changed. Modernist seeks to find new forms to expression and rejects traditional or accepted idea. In this role, Durant is able to give full expression to that wonderful very voice. A word will group of word. A word will group of words used in a particular situation or by particular people. He used not unusual expressions. A word will group of words used in a particular situation or by particular people. He uses a not unusual expression. A can worm is an expression that means a difficult situation. The expression boy band was coined in the 19th The expression boy band was coined in the 90s. There is no English equivalent. There is no English equivalent for equipped. So we dropped off the French Okay, there is no English equivalent for patent. There is no English equivalent for apted. There is no English equivalent for apted. So we have adapted. The French expression. This French numbers. In mathematics, a symbol or group of symbols that represent an amount. In mathematics, a symbol or group of symbols that represent an amount. For x to y2 is an expression. A word or group of words having a particular meaning were used in a particular way. A word or group of words having a particular meaning were used in a particular way. That was an expression he hadn't heard before, and wondered what it meant. That was an expression he hadn't heard before. That was an expression he hadn't heard before, and wondered what it meant. And that was an expression he hadn't heard before, and wondered what it meant. An expression is also a mathematical statement. An expression is also a mathematical statement that includes numbers, symbols, or both. An expression is also a mathematical statement that includes in numbers, symbols, or both. Okay, an expression is also a mathematical statement that includes numbers, symbols, or both. Okay, sure. The act of showing a feeling or idea, or a feeling or idea that is showing. The act of showing a feeling or idea, or a feeling or idea that is shown. She had such a sadness. She had such a sad expression. She had such a sad expression on her face that I wondered what was wrong. That I wondered what was wrong. Freedom of expression is a cherished right in democracy. Freedom of expression is cherished right in democracy. Okay, freedom of expression is a cherished love and protect right in the democracies. Freedom of expression is a cherished right in democracies. Totally. Completely. Her second husband is totally different from Mark. Her second husband is totally different from Mark. I totally agree with you. She was depressed. She was depressed, had felt totally hopeless about the future. She was depressed, hopeless, without hope. She was depressed and felt totally hopeless about the future. Okay, let me see.
Leveraging Crusoe's network-attached block storage solution. And because their cloud is run on wasted, stranded, or clean energy, they can provide significantly better performance per dollar than traditional cloud providers.
Yep, ultimately this results in a huge win-win. They take what is otherwise a huge amount of energy waste that causes environmental harm and use it to power massive AI workloads. And it's worth noting that through their operations, Crusoe is actually reducing more emissions than they would generate. In fact, in 2022, Crusoe captured over 4 billion cubic feet of gas, which led to the avoidance of approximately 500,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions. That's equivalent to taking about 160,000 cars off the road.
Amazing. If you, your company, or your portfolio companies could use lower cost and more performant infrastructure for your AI workloads, go to crusoecloud.com/acquired. That's crusoecloud.com/acquired, or click the link in the show notes.
I want to move away from NVIDIA, if you're okay with it, and ask you some questions, since we have a lot of founders that listen to this show, sort of advice for company building. The first one is, when you're starting a startup in the earliest days, your biggest competitor is you don't make anything people want. Like, your company's likely to die just because people don't actually care as much as you do about what you're building.
Yeah.
In the later days, you actually have to be very thoughtful about competitive strategy. And I'm curious, what would be your advice to companies that, you know, have product market fit, that are starting to grow, they're in interesting growing markets? Where should they look for competition, and how should they handle it?
Well, there are all kinds of ways to think about competition. We prefer to position ourselves in a way that serves a need that usually hasn't emerged.
I've heard you or others in NVIDIA, I could use the phrase $0 billion markets.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's our way of saying there's no market yet, but we believe there will be one. And usually when you're positioned there, everybody's trying to figure out, why are you here? Right? Because when we first got into automotive, because we believe that in the future the car is going to be largely software. And if it's going to be largely software, a really incredible computer is necessary. And so when we positioned ourselves there, most people, and I still remember one of the CTOs told me, you know what, cars cannot tolerate the blue screen of death. I don't think anybody can tolerate that, but that doesn't change the fact that someday every car will be a software-defined car. And I think, 15 years later, we're largely right. And so oftentimes there's non-consumption, and we like to navigate our company there. And by doing that, by the time that the market emerges, it's very likely there aren't that many competitors shaped that way. And so we were early in PC gaming, and today NVIDIA is very large in PC gaming. We reimagined what a design workstation would be like, and today just about every workstation on the planet uses NVIDIA's technology. We reimagined how supercomputing ought to be done, and who should benefit from supercomputing, that we would democratize it. And look, today NVIDIA's in accelerated computing is quite large, and we reimagined how software would be done, and today it's called machine learning, and how computing would be done, we call it AI. And so we reimagine these kind of things, try to do that about a decade in advance. And so we spent about a decade in $0 billion markets. And today I spend a lot of time on Omniverse, and Omniverse is a classic example of a $0 billion business. And
there's like 40 customers now.
Like Amazon, BMW.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool.
So let's say you do get this great 10-year lead, but then other people figure it out, and you got people nipping at your heels. What are some structural things that someone who's building a business can do to sort of stay ahead? And you could just keep your pedal to the metal and say, we're going to outwork them, we're going to be smarter. And like, that works to some extent, but those are tactics. What strategically can you do to sort of make sure that you can maintain that lead?
oftentimes, if you created the market, you ended up having, you know, what people describe as moats. Because if you build your product right, and it's enabled an entire ecosystem around you to help serve that end market, you've essentially created a platform. Sometimes it's a product-based platform, sometimes it's a service-based platform, sometimes a technology-based platform. But if you were early there and you were mindful about helping the ecosystem succeed with you, you ended up having this network of networks and all these developers and all these customers who are built around you.
Yep.
And that network is essentially your moat. And so, you know, I don't love thinking about it in the context of a moat. And the reason for that is because you're now focused on building stuff around your castle. I tend to like thinking about things in the context of building a network. And that network is about enabling other people to enjoy the success of the final market. You know, that you're not the only company that enjoys it, but you're enjoying it with a whole bunch of other people, including, yeah.
I'm so glad you brought this up because I wanted to ask you, in my mind at least, and sounds like in yours too, NVIDIA is absolutely a platform company, of which there are very few meaningful platform companies in the world. I think it's also fair to say that when you started for the first few years, you were a technology company and not a platform company. Every example I can think of a company that tried to start as a platform company fails. You got to start as a technology first. When did you think about making that transition to being a platform? Like your first graphics cards were technology. They weren't. There was no CUDA. There was no platform.
Yeah, what you observed is not wrong. However, inside our company, we were always a platform company, and the reason for that is because from the very first day of our company, we had this architecture called UDA. It's the UDA of CUDA.
CUDA is Compute Unified Device Architecture.
Right, that's right. And the reason for that is because what we've done, what we essentially did in the beginning, even though Riva 128 only had computer graphics, the architecture described accelerators of all kinds. And we would take that architecture and developers would program to it. In fact, NVIDIA's first strategy, business strategy, was we were going to be a game console inside the PC. And a game console needs developers, which is the reason why NVIDIA, a long time ago, one of our first employees was a developer relations person. And so it's the reason why we knew all the game developers and all the 3D developers, and we knew everybody.
So wait, so was the original business plan to like
sort of like to build DirectX?
Yeah, compete with Nintendo and Sega
fact,
as like
in
with
fact,
PCs?
The original NVIDIA architecture was called Direct Envy. Direct NVIDIA.
Okay.
Yeah. And DirectX was an API that made it possible for operating system to directly connect to hardware. Yeah.
But DirectX didn't exist when you started NVIDIA, right? And that's what made your strategy run for the first couple of years.
In 1993, we had Direct NVIDIA.
Yeah.
And which in 1995 became, DirectX came out.
So this is an important lesson.
We were always a developer-oriented company.
The initial attempt was we will get the developers to build on DirectNV, and then they'll build for our chips, and then we'll have a platform. And, and what played out is Microsoft already had all these developer relationships, so you learn the lesson the hard way of like, yikes, we just got.
I mean, that's what Microsoft did back in the day. They're like, oh, that could be a developer platform. We'll take that. Thank you.
No, but they had a lot. They did it very differently, and they did a lot of things right. We did a lot of things wrong, but having
you were
said
competing against Microsoft in the 90s. I mean, that's
it's like trying to compete against NVIDIA today.
No, it's a lot different. But I appreciate that. But we were nowhere near competing with them. If you look now, when CUDA came along, and there was OpenGL, there was DirectX, but there's still another extension, if you will, and that extension is CUDA. And that CUDA extension allows a chip that got paid for running DirectX and OpenGL to create an install base for CUDA.
Yeah.
And so that's the
NVIDIA
NVIDIA strategy.
Why you were so militant, and I think from our research, it really was you being militant that every NVIDIA chip will run CUDA?
Yeah, if you're a computing platform, everything's got to be compatible. We are the only accelerator on the planet where every single accelerator is architecturally compatible with the others. None that has ever existed. There are literally a couple of 100 million, right? 250 million, 300 million installed base of active CUDA GPUs being used in the world today, and they're all architecturally compatible. How would you have a computing platform if NV30 and NV35 and NV39 and NV40, they're all different, right? At 30 years, it's all completely compatible. And so that's the only unnegotiable rule in our company. Everything else is negotiable.
I mean, and I guess CUDA was a rebirth of UDA, but understanding this now, UDA going all the way back,
yeah,
it really is all the way back to all the chips you've ever
made. Yeah. In fact, UDA goes all the way back to all of our chips today.
Wow.
For the record, I didn't help any of the founding CEOs that are listening. I got to tell you, while you were asking that question, what lessons would I impart? I don't know. I mean, the characteristics of successful companies and successful CEOs, I think, are fairly well described. There are a whole bunch of them. I just think starting successful companies are insanely hard. It's just insanely hard. And when I see these amazing companies get built, I have nothing but admiration and respect, because I just know that it's insanely hard. And I think that everybody did many similar things. There are some good, smart things that people do. There are some dumb things that you can do. But you could do all the right, smart things and still fail. You could do a whole bunch of dumb things, and I did many of them, and still succeed. So obviously, that's not exactly right. I think skills are the things that you can learn along the way. But at important moments, certain circumstances have to come together. And I do think that the market has to, be one of the agents to help you succeed. It's not enough, obviously, because a lot of people still fail.
Do you remember any moments in NVIDIA's history where you're like, ooh, we made a bunch of wrong decisions, but somehow we got saved? Because, it takes the sum of all the luck and all the skill in order to succeed. Do you remember any moments where
I actually thought that you starting with Reba 128 was spot on. Reba 128, as I mentioned, the number of smart decisions we made, which are smart to this day. How we design chips is exactly the same to this day. Because, gosh, nobody's ever done it back then. And we pulled every trick in the book in a desperation because we had no other choice. Well, guess what? That's the way things ought to be done. And now everybody does it that way.
Right.
Everybody does it. Because why should you do things twice if you can do it once? Why tape out a chip 7 times if you could tape it out 1 time? Right? And so the most efficient, the most cost-effective, the most competitive, speed is technology, right? Speed is performance. Time to market is performance. All of those things apply. So why do things twice if you could do it once?
Yeah.
And so Reba 128 made a lot of great decisions in how we spec products, how we think about market needs and lack of, and how do we judge markets, and all of this. Man, we made some amazingly good decisions. Yeah, we were, back against the wall. We only had one more shot to do it. But
once you pull out the stops and you see what you're capable of, why would you put stops in next time? You're like, let's keep the stops out all the time.
That's right.
Every time.
That's right.
Is it fair to say, though, maybe on the luck side of the equation, thinking back to 1997, that was the moment where consumers tipped to really, really valuing 3D graphical performance in games?
Oh yeah. So for example, luck. Let's talk about luck. If Carmack had decided to use acceleration, because remember, Doom was completely software rendered, and the NVIDIA philosophy was that although general purpose computing is a fabulous thing, it's going to enable software and IT and everything, we felt that there were applications that wouldn't be possible or would be costly if it wasn't accelerated. It should be accelerated, and 3D graphics was one of them, but it wasn't the only one. And it just happens to be the first one, and a really great one. And I still remember the first times we met John, he was quite emphatic about using CPUs, and his software renderer was really good. I mean, quite frankly, if you look at Doom, the performance of Doom was really hard to achieve, even with accelerators at the time. If you didn't filter, if you didn't have to do bilinear filtering, it did a pretty good job.
The problem with Doom, though, was you needed Carmack to program it.
Yeah, you needed Carmack to program it. Exactly. It was a genius piece of code, and but nonetheless, software renderers did a really good job. And if he had decided to go to OpenGL and accelerate for Quake, frankly, what would be the killer app that put us here? Right. And so Carmack and Sweeney, both between Unreal and Quake, created the first two killer applications for consumer 3D. Yeah, and so I owe them a great deal.
I want to come back real quick to, you said you told these stories and like, well, I don't know what founders can take from that. I actually do think, if you look at all the big tech companies today, perhaps with the exception of Google, they did all start, and understanding this now about you, by addressing developers, planning to build a platform and tools for developers. All of Apple, Microsoft, I guess with AWS, that's how AWS did it. So I think that actually is a lesson to your point. Like, that won't guarantee success by any means,
Right.
but that'll get you hanging around a tree if the apple falls.
Yeah, as many good ideas as we have, you don't have all the world's good ideas. And the benefit of having developers is you get to see a lot of good ideas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, as we start to drift toward the end here, we spent a lot of time on the past, and I want to think about the future a little bit. I'm sure you spend a lot of time on this, being on the cutting edge of AI. We're moving into an era where the productivity that software can accomplish when a person is using software can massively amplify the impact.
It does shift.
Oh, and then I say to Tom, go back, you're not supposed to come out yet. Like, we're all very close. They're coming over to my house later to watch the rest of the other 2 episodes that have already premiered. I was telling this audience, I feel, I watch so much television for my job, and when I truly love something, it gives me such pride to be able to share that with an audience and all of you, and I love this series so much. And part of me feels a little bad saying it because there is such a tragedy at the heart of it, but what you all did to humanize these people and to just show the layers, it's so beautifully done. So congratulations on premiere day.
Thank you.
No, my pleasure. You all deserve it. I want to start, first of all, we can't say enough about the costume design, the production design, the music that truly gives this show such an established base to start with. What was it like for all of you the first day you saw each other in costume and in hair and makeup? Who wants to go?
Well, I mean, the very first day, I believe, was the camera test.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
And
At the Como.
at the Como,
Our
and
set.
yeah, I was in between both.
But I was there
in the Como Motel, which is a little fitting and a taste of what was to come. And then the actual first day where we met, the whole cast was all of the church stuff.
Yeah.
And so we were seeing everyone in costume and then seeing their church choir selves as well, which was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. The production design was something that was a really incredible element. Beyond just the set pieces that were built, the amount of towns, first off. I don't know how many towns we shot in to make 2 towns look right.
What about motels?
I mean, the motels, there's 3. But we gave lots of places facelifts. I mean, it was really unbelievable to see Suzuki and her team in real places transform these main streets, these motels. I don't remember how much paint was used, but there's like thousands.
Gallons and gallons. Because anything that's from 1978 and it hasn't been repaired is in horrible shape. So you have to fix it. And then mostly people change it. But it was so important to create the world around this story. For me, as a director, creating the world is so much a part of the storytelling. And this is about a community of people. And, I was born in Texas. And there's something about the beauty of the wide open spaces and the possibility. And I think we wanted to have that in the community we were building. Especially, there's a tragedy at the heart.
Right. And Patrick loved Texas so much, he moved there. He was telling me this backstage, you moved to northern Texas, which is incredible.
Yeah, I moved where Jackie Ponder ends up, Wichita Falls, which is super random. It's not sexy. Good for family though. That's why we're there.
I remember, Patrick, when you put on those glasses,
Yes.
it's like you became Pat.
That was really, like, the rest of the wardrobe was very informative. The pictures of Pat Montgomery were very informative, how he carried himself. But the glasses were really like, I needed those. I needed them to really, like, your eyes immediately changed. It's like kind of glazed. It's like,
Well, and just your haircut. I mean,
Oh, Jesse's hair.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
His choice.
Big Daddy.
It's real. And it was one of the smartest choices I've ever seen. I've never seen someone.
Monday.com makes scans great again. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to say again because they never were, and they're complicated. See, with Monday.com,
all I want to feel as an audience member is to feel conflicted.
100%.
I don't want to be fed, and I don't. Well, that's not really the word, but I think that's hand
Don't
fed.
feed Lizzie, guys. Don't
I don't
feed
want
her,
to
don't
be
do
fed.
it.
Nice to meet you. In this setting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super cash. Living room hang.
Welcome to my house. This is my succulent. Yep, it's all real. And
You're sure.
Positive.
How can you be positive?
Because I did. So you went from playing Wanda in WandaVision
Yes.
and Doctor Strange,
Yes.
and then into Candy.
yes.
What was that transition like for you?
It didn't feel very comparable to me. I was like doing Marvel for 2 years straight.
Wow.
Like literally with a 2-day break and a quarantine.
A
from
2-day break?
Yeah, I wrapped WandaVision on like a Wednesday and flew to England on a Friday. I don't know, it was like,
Oh
it was
my God.
amazing. We
Are
were
you
like,
okay?
no, I wasn't.
That's crazy.
But luckily, Richmond, England was gorgeous and a beautiful place to live. And I was in quarantine for like 2 weeks or something. So like that felt like a break. I think I had like the summer off or something before going into Candy.
Do you stay up at night
Missing her.
missing Wanda?
No, I don't. I think it's been almost 10 years of playing her, and I've loved it. I think the reason why I am not like calling Kevin Feige like every day with ideas is because I'm really proud of what we were able to do. I think WandaVision was really surprising and a really surprising opportunity. And so if someone were to tell me that I'm fired from Marvel movies, I will feel proud of what we made. And yeah, that's how I feel about it. And I really am just trying to figure out how to load up other films and characters so it becomes less about the Marvel of it all. I think I was really hungry to put that character away, even though they could arguably be compared because they both do bad things and they're anti-heroes in a way. I think mostly it's just the comparison of playing like moms who do bad things or something, but like I don't make that comparison. I understand how I guess people looking in would.
People always want to find a through line.
Yeah, I don't have a through line.
Yeah.
Just have like a, I haven't done that, and then the pendulum swings over here. When people ask me, do you have like character types you want to play, I never know how to answer that question.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to hear you say that because
I don't know. Like I just tell them like
I don't have lists either. I don't have. I feel like I start sweating every time somebody asks me like who I want to work with or what my dream.
Well, because first off, you're not going to remember anyone's
is.
name when people ask you that question.
Yeah, it's like some like anxiety response where I just I'm like, well, I don't even know what my name is. I like sort of never thought that I was going to be an actor.
What?
Yeah.
What did you actively try and do something else before?
Well, I grew up singing.
Okay.
And
fine. I wish I could sing.
I'm sure you can.
No, not really.
Actually, you do on the show, and you're great. So
I sing in the car a lot.
Yeah.
I'm usually
Gorgeous.
flat. I was told when I was 12.
Well, everybody's flat when they're 12, Lizzie.
So
you have a beautiful
sang.
voice. But yes, I did. I sang and
musical theater or like singer.
I didn't do theater growing up really. I mean, I did my senior class play.
Wow.
And then, long story short, I graduated high school. My mom brought me to New York to do this open play for a musical.
What was the musical?
Well, the audition was for Spider-Man at the time, but then they called me back for this other musical called Next to Normal.
Yeah, of course.
And then I ended up moving to New York to do that off Broadway. I was the understudy, and then it moved to Broadway.
I started off in understudying.
Did you?
Yes.
Hardest job of all time?
What? I never went on.
Oh.
So
less hard for you then.
Less hard for me. Terrifying feeling, but less hard for me. I never had to go on.
Yeah.
And I did a bad off-Broadway show and then a bad Broadway show.
It's hard to do good
theater. Yeah.
Theater's like so
You
cutthroat.
started off as an understudy for Next to Normal.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And
we
so
have that
then-
little connection between us.
But did you go to NYU after all of that, or
No, I was doing it at the same time.
you were going to school and
Yeah, I was. It was my
working?
second year of college, and I started
Wow.
understudying. So I would just call in the Wednesday matinees because I was in class.
Oh my God, that's so
Awful.
badass.
It was not easy. But okay, so you did the Next to Normal, and then you were hooked, or
Well, I got representation through performing in the show.
Yeah.
And then I kind of started going out for things, but I never really planned on like I want to be an actor. It took me a long time to sort of feel comfortable even saying I'm an actor.
were there classes that you took? Was there a coach that you had, or are you just an instinctual bird?
No, I didn't really. I kind of learned
That's amazing.
from all of the other great people that I was so lucky to work with.
Yeah.
But I went through like this phase where I was really insecure about it because I felt like I didn't have the tools that the people who had gone to school or class or whatever had, and so it made me feel really like I didn't belong.
Well, school could also make you feel like everything you do is wrong.
Yeah.
There's
So
that too.
I think ultimately what I learned is like it doesn't really matter, and you know both things are hard and great in their own way for completely different reasons. It's like you can't really compare the experience, you know.
When do you feel like you fell into your I need to stop saying or feeling embarrassed or ashamed or whatever? I'm assuming things, and I don't mean to be, but you know,
Drag me.
to say, yeah, this is what I do. When did that shift
I will call
happen?
you
when that
happens.
Wow,
No,
it's not today.
I'm kidding.